Well, very good afternoon to you, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome trackside here to Winton Motor Raceway for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. A very big g'day to all at 888 Home Loans, our partnering sponsor for season 2024. Don't let that destroy your enthusiasm for jumping on board and supporting the series. 888 Home Loans have been fantastic over the last couple of seasons, but we certainly are on the hunt for some series sponsorship. So a very big welcome to 888 Home Loans here, round 2, Winton. And we're looking forward to a fantastic weekend. The weather is absolutely beautiful. You can just see in the background of the shots there on our broadcast coverage. And there it is, our 2024 State Race Series calendar. We've done Sandown, a bumper weekend there. A beautiful weekend here at Winton. I guess we would say just a little bit down on numbers. We'd like to see the 200 mark. We're sort of a little bit shy of that here this weekend. Round 3 will be at Phillip Island. And note, there is a couple of new dates. Not sure if you're across, but Phillip Island has had a resurface and they're going to have a bit of a fix-up and another resurface thanks to the FIM's inspection down at Phillip Island. So that round has moved to the 28th, 29th and 30th of June at Phillip Island. Then we go back to Sandown in the middle of winter. A fantastic race meeting, always on the 23rd, 24th and 25th of August at Sandown. Then we go to another new date, the first weekend in October, 4th, 5th and 6th of October at Phillip Island Grand Prix Circuit. And back to Calder, where we rounded it out in the outer suburbs of Melbourne at the end of the year. So looking forward to seeing what Calder can turn on for us on the 25th, 26th and 27th of October. Here is our program, our schedule for, I guess, day 1 of round 2. Formula V's are the first cars on track, and we're seeing them just getting themselves all lined up in the paddock area. And it looks like it is none other than Lee Partridge that got pole position in the Working Drones Australia outfit this morning in the Sabre he calls Sophie. Saloon Cars will be on track at 1 o'clock. They've provided some awesome racing. BMW E30's race 1 at 1:30. Formula Ford, their first race for the weekend at 2. Improved production for their first round for the 2024 season will be certainly on track at 2:30. Really looking forward to seeing that out there. Porsche 944s really have turned on the racing over the last couple of seasons. And boy, we're waiting to see if they can continue to do like they did at round 1 at Phillip Island as we see Lee Partridge wandering out onto track. Sports sedans at 3:30, and then the ever-present Hyundai XLs for their first race for the weekend at 4 o'clock. I'm Darren Smith, right alongside me, Steve DeVries, and we will be back with Steve in just a moment. That. This is what I love about the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you by 888 Home Loans. The racing is on track, right on time, and they're all fueled by the great organisation down there, Race Fuels. They'll be on track here all weekend, 8:30 till 5 and 8:30 till 3 tomorrow. So if you need a top-up, make sure you get down to Race Fuels. As I mentioned, Steve DeVries right alongside me, who's had his finger on the pulse of Formula V's for quite a few seasons now. Interesting to see Lee Partridge, who's returned a couple of seasons ago, now on pole position at Winton round 2.
Certainly is, and mixing it up with the seasoned veterans after being away from the sport for upwards of nearly 20 years at one point since the last time he took a win a couple of years ago. But good to see he's got the number 28 Working Drones Australia Sabre on pole position, denying a maiden pole to Andre Curran in the AC Motorsport number 32. They played leapfrog throughout qualifying this morning, and every time that Lee set a lap, Andre got a little bit better, and unfortunately Andre's last lap just come up 42 thousandths of a second short of taking a maiden pole. So good to see he's getting up to speed in his third season in Formula V. Ash Whittington, who came back to Formula V after quite a number of years away the last round out at Sandown, not only did he get a good result, he took home the Batabo Tools prize at the end of the day as well. So he had himself a fantastic Sandown. He starts third alongside the very quick Adam Nicholson in the IPRA Motorsports number 95 Stinger. Jake Rowe and Nick Jones, who are up the pointy end of the field, they took a win each at Sandown a couple of weeks ago, 5th and 6th, with Ash Clifford and John Casamati behind them in 7th and 8th. As we work our way through the grid, Malachi Windsor, the next of the IPRA drivers, in 9th, ahead of Charlie Richardson in 10th, Darren Power and Rocco Spinley 11th and 12th, ahead of Josh Munro and Gavin Stubbs, Claudia Lennox and Cameron Bell 15th and 16th, and then we come back to Rob Vile, Mick Fisher, Brock Hamilton, who had a gearbox drama of some nature in qualifying this morning. Looks like there's a bearing that they had to change, so that's been done. And Samuk Rudrapatna's at the rear of the grid after qualifying in the 10. Unfortunately for him, he was underweight at scrutineering and therefore has to start at the rear.
Nearly ready for a race start here. It's Jake Rowe that took out round 1 with 90 points. Lee Partridge on pole. He is on 88 points. Ash Whittington returning to Formula V, and isn't he loving it? Saw the broadcast and went, I am missing out on all of this fun. I'm going to dust off the car, and away we go for their first race of the weekend.
And on the dirty side of the road, Lee Partridge on the pole and going side by side with Andre Kieran into turn 1. We're looking a couple of cars further back with Nick Jones getting a much better start over Jake Rowe from the 3rd row of the grid. That was 5th and 6th. Looks like they've made a couple of spots, actually. They've had a really stellar start. They head down into turn 3. This is tight going at turn 3 on lap 1, almost 3 wide at one point there. Lee Partridge just gets a couple of car lengths away, with Andre Kieran now starting to become a little bit of a bottleneck early on. Important to note, Darren, extension of the lap counts this weekend. It's actually timed, actually. It's going to be 25 minutes for 2 of the races for most of the categories this weekend, and a 20-minute race in the middle. So there's going to be quite a lot of worried drivers, I think, about can they actually make it 25 minutes, not from a car point of view, but from themselves, because it's very, very hot, and it's going to be very, very hard going out there around a track that demands quite a lot of attention and very, very rewards patience.
I tell you what, it's going to be certainly as we get towards the end of today's program, Steve, with the sports sedans and the XLs. The big bang of sports sedans is going to get very hot. I guess these guys have got the lucky draw. It's an early race for tomorrow morning and then done by lunchtime. It's that mid-afternoon sun here in the central Victorian region that gets very, very hot here. It's a beautiful day, and I've got to say, as always, Winton Motor Raceway looks spectacular. But just getting a good look at these cars here. There goes our race leader, and then it's Whittington on return to the game. So he deserves a round of applause for mine anyway at the start of this season. Good on him for making it back and watching this broadcast, giving him all the motivation to get there, Steve.
Absolutely, yeah. He's having a very, very nice start to season 2024 in the top pointy end of the point standings. Very, very close after round 1, naturally, with 3 different race winners. And Brock Hamilton, big accident! Rolling over, he got the turn 2 wall on the outside there, just ran a little bit too wide. That's a nasty hit. That'll be a red flag. Rob Vile pulling over immediately, and I think, is he going to potentially stop? No, he's more worried about what his competitor's doing. He's actually found a safe place. Racing continues though, but it will be nullified in the next few seconds as the field's coming around the top part of the circuit. Turns 5, 6, 7, 8, now onto turn number 9. Recovery crews are on the scene, thankfully, on the old front straight. As Brock's getting out of the car, he's directly opposite our commentary position, but that was a nasty shunt, Darren.
Certainly was. That was a big hit there, and it is a wall that is a magnet here at Winton Motor Raceway. And as always here at Winton, Phil Wisewood is the photographer on the spot there. I think he probably got all of that. And the driver, I would suggest, is just hanging in the car at the moment. We're just watching the safety crew there. We're just watching the cars continuing around on that lap. It's still a green flag at this
safety
point
cars.
in time.
Safety cars waiting for
out, and we're seeing the medical response exiting pit lane there as well. So we do have the safety crew right there on side, and they are communicating with him in the car. He is hanging upside down. but they have given the thumbs up. It's probably best that he hangs upside down rather than drop onto the ground once he releases the belts and just stay comfortable there. There's no threat at this moment on fire, but we do have 3 fire extinguishers sitting right there, poised, ready to go. The field will be eased past. Actually, they're going down the old pit lane, so that is great thought by our race control team. And how is this, Steve? We have got a first-time clerk of course here this weekend for the State Series. Has got lots of experience with stepping up into a State Series role here this weekend, but first time clerk of course, and his name's just escaped me as I'm saying that, but it was something I noticed before we came into this weekend. Kristen Jackson is our clerk of course, and great forethought to send the safety car down the old pit lane. I remember the old Winton 300s in production cars doing brakes and refueling out of jerry cans down that pit lane there. So lots of history. A very small, short pit lane. It looked big in the late 80s, early 90s, but certainly our driver is now out and standing up next to the car here in the old pit straight. Will be moved over to the emergency response vehicle, let's call it the ambulance, and he's just shrugging his shoulders to some of the crew that have made their way down onto the fence there. Car still upside down on the straight, and we've got the
here's the replay.
Here we go, Steve.
So into turn number 1. That's a good line there, but it's on the exit turn 2, so the rear's just stepping out a bit. It actually had a bobble mid-corner. You can see there he tried to catch the car mid-corner at turn 2, and it's just that little awkward moment, that slide into the fence. That's just taking him a bit too far, and as you said, Darren, it is a bit of a magnet, that wall. It has claimed many a victim over the years, but once you hit that wall, there is very little chance to try and recover from anything, really, and almost looked like he might have gone up and over the wall at some point if it had stayed a bit close to the outside the track, but thankfully didn't ride the wall, and this is why safety is been a red-hot topic in the motorsport world in the last couple of years, especially the roll hoop height for Formula V. There's a minimum clearance that the drivers have to sit underneath from the roll hoop to the roll point on the top of the front of the car. It's a 50 mil clearance that they have to have, so it doesn't sound like much, but it pays dividends once you have a situation like this. We'll have another look at the replay.
One of the good things that this replay shows is the improvements here at Winton. Where that car went off, it's a painted green section. It's not. It used to be quite a drop-off and dirt in there as well, so that's actually helped, I guess, the ferocity of this accident become worse. And that's a nasty old crash there, rolling over onto your lid and sliding up the road. We can see that green painted surface there where the other competitor pulled up on the outside there, but that could have been, in years gone by, could have been a lot worse there. With that bit of green concrete that is there, that has certainly added a lot of track safety there, because I can tell you just about anyone who's done a lap here at Winton goes wide there at some point. You get a bit hungry for carrying your pace up through turn 2 and try and get up onto the old starting straight with as much pace as you can. And that was, I would suggest, lack of vision, because he was tucked up behind the car behind and just went wide. So sadly, we load up the number 5 of Hamilton onto the truck, and we see the rest of the field go by. The other competitor, I didn't quite get who that was.
Rob Vile. That was Rob Vile.
Rob Vile, very, very experienced motorsport guy there. So Rob was sort of started further down the field. So he would have had great concern for Hamilton as he stopped up there. But we did have the safety crew right on top of it there. They did a brilliant job, as Winton is quite renowned for the quality of response and recovery, and we're seeing that play out right now here at the track. Field again going through the old pit lane, which I think its primary purpose these days is for burnouts and for donuts vehicles and things like that, and at circuit racing it's for parking up the recovery vehicles. But laps are still being counted. The clock is still counted down. So I've got to say, well done, Christian. Your first race in State Series level as a clerk, of course. It's thrown you a curly one. A rollover with a Formula V is always a bit tricky. And I guess, Steve, we got a great shot of looking straight into the car right now. I guess from the steering wheel forward looks okay, but the rest of it, got some fair old bent up bits of kit, isn't it?
Yeah, I'm worried we probably won't see that car again today, for this weekend. There's quite a substantial amount of damage on 3 of the 4 corners of it. and I think they're probably going to retire that car for the weekend. Let's have a look at this from the turn 3 camera. Just look on the top side of the shot there. Up and over up and over, and what about a 720 on the other side of it as well? So
and
it's quite
three heavy crunches down onto that rollover hoop too.
and quite a nasty shunt there as well. So you can see why probably just about almost all 4 corners of the car are not looking too great at the moment. And that's a shame too, because Brock's had a bit of a torrid start to season 2024 at Sandown. If you were watching the broadcast, you remember the bodywork came loose on that car and it was flapping like it was waving in the air going down the front straight. They had to pull him into the pits and secure that with a bit of race tape. And he went out in qualifying this morning and couldn't select 4th gear. He didn't have a first, he didn't have a second, he only had 3rd gear that he could use. Thought he could try and get 4th, and that facilitated them pulling the gearbox off that car and inspecting it, trying to get it ready and turning it around for race. And now, unfortunately, has hit the wall and probably won't see the rest of the weekend.
Well, the update is the safety crew have put the oil down onto the track. They've now got the blowers out. Now they've got the brooms out trying to sweep up what liquid had been spilt there. I'm going to suggest that's more like, gearbox oil or something like that out of a filler plug or something like that that's going on there. They're working very, very hard to get that done. And I would suggest we're probably going to have at least another lap under safety car. I would say if you want photos of that incident, get onto Phil Wisewood's Facebook page, because he seems to be the Johnny on the spot here at Winton when Formula V's go wrong. It was the young Ayrton that put it down into turn 3, and
that's right.
Had all the shots a couple of seasons ago in Formula V there as well. Interestingly enough, I'm just looking back at race 1 from this event last year. Reith McCarthy, Heath Collinson and Jake Rowe filling the spots there, and it's only Jake Rowe that is represented here at this race meeting, currently sitting in 4th spot. Obviously only got 1 lap competitive, but bit of a changing of the guard there, isn't it, now that we've got Lee Partridge, Andre Curian and Ash Whittington in those front 3 spots. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. Both Heath Collinson and Reith McCarthy opting to take sabbaticals from racing this year. They've been racing for a good chunk of the last several seasons. For Reith, it's an opportunity to go away and do a couple of other different things. And for Heath Collinson, he's actually still here at the track, but he's doing some work with the Silver Fox racing crew, some data work and helping prepare the cars down there. So you can't keep them away from the track, but just for them, they are taking a step back from the racing and just doing something a little bit different. So still good to have them around, but unfortunately they're not partaking in any of the racing this year. We might see Reith McCarthy have another stab at Island Magic later on this year, but we're not too sure of the remainder of his plans for 2024.
Great reminder for everybody, please get your tickets. There is the QR code on your screen. We'll leave it up there for another minute or two so you can wander up to your screen and get that information, get your tickets, get in here. Live and in all dimensions is always the best way to do it, but thank goodness the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships do have this fantastic live streaming product out there via the Blendline TV networks. That's the tickets available online or at the gate. I would suggest get them online. It's the best way to do it. You can do it from the comfort of home, your phone or whatever it might be. But certainly grab that QR code, get yourself some tickets and join us here at the racetrack. Safety car in this lap is the word that we're being given from Christian, our first time Clark, of course. I've said that enough now, haven't I?
Yeah,
let's hope he has a pretty cruisy day and he can put his feet up for the rest of the day, Steve.
Thrown in the deep end very, very early and a good job. But importantly, have a look at the clock that's left. This was meant to be a 25-minute race, and look how much time is left. There's less than 8 minutes. We've chewed up quite a lot of time behind the safety car. If it was green flag running, we were tipping there was going to be somewhere in the vicinity of about 15 or so laps, but we've only chalked up 5, and 4 of those have been behind the safety car. So how many more can we get in the remaining 7.5 minutes? We're back to green flag racing, and Partridge will head the queue down there. Oh, big slide job from Andre Kieran. Tyres probably just going away a little bit, and that's invited Ash Whittington in the Oasis building number 12 to go down the left side as they go through the oil. Jake Rowe down the inside. Is he going to get a 2-for-1 special? He gains 1 spot, couldn't quite snatch one away from Ash Whittington on the approach to turn number 3, but poor restart from Andre Kieran.
Yeah, certainly found out. He got exposed down there at turn 1 when he turned in very wide, and then he had a second go at it and just massive understeer, which does not inspire confidence in one of these little open wheeler cars. This is going to be a good battle. Rowe wants the second spot on the road. He dives in there and just gets it done nicely. Quiddington, I guess he opened the corner up to take his ideal line, and Jake said, well, you can open it up enough for me to slide in. I will absolutely do that. And as Ayrton Senna famously said, if you leave a gap, I will fill it.
Yes, basically.
And that's exactly what it was.
If you no longer go for a gap, you are no longer a racing drive.
That's
was
right.
The other half of that
yes,
equation.
Correct.
So Jake Rowe up to P2 now. Now, importantly, because of the poor restart for Andre Kieran, he was right tucked in behind Partridge going down to turn 1, but then that little slide job has just checked up the queue a little bit, and Partridge has made a nice healthy gap at the moment. Looks like he's got about 2 seconds on the field. He's at turn 12 while the others are just exiting turn 11, so he's got plenty of time. Look, he's not even in the shot here. So that's how far behind this next group of cars are. You're kicking up the dust on the exit of turn 12 there. The margin at the end of that next flying lap, I said it was roughly about 2 seconds. It's actually 2.5, so it's actually grown. So Partridge is definitely checking out here while this next group of Sabres squabble. And here comes Adam Nicholson out of 6th place. He's looking down the inside of Nick Jones in the Silver Fox number 11, and he gets it done.
Adam Nicholson lost a couple of spots in that incident that occurred coming out of turn 2, and he's fought back to his original starting place. So he's actually moving through the field there from the IPRA Motorsport shed, and doing a very nice job as well. Getting a great shot of this just outside the top 5 pack, which is generally where all the battles start to occur. And back to there's the podium getters, and there's the number 32 there of Kieran as well, who started off further up the field, but starting to fight back, getting up on the ripple strips here as well, which we don't often see in Formula Vs. They're sort of best operated not getting buffered around by the ripple strips, particularly the ones here at Winton. They can be quite aggressive, but certainly getting up on the ripple strip there and trying just to cover 1 metre less of track going through that corner to do so. There we go, dropping it off on the dirt now. That's not what you want to do.
No, certainly not. A few drivers have been fighting the understeer problems this weekend. Adam Nicholson, did he miss a gear there because he just got Andre Kieran and Nick Jones just went past, almost like he was standing still, and oh, there's some contact there. A little bit of lazy contact between Nick Jones and Adam Nicholson there as he tried to go right around the outside. It's not the best spot to pass. Usually down the inside's the option, and Nicholson may have come to a halt.
It certainly has.
Some
like
sort of
gone
issue.
out in protest there as well, because we see Nick Jones rejoining. Ash Clifford now moving into the top 5 as well. Power has jumped up a couple, 3 in that lap in fact.
And he's looking for 4 and 5 at the moment, but he's got to fend off Charlie Richardson, and on top of that also got to fend off Cameron Bell. This is a 3-wide battle into turn number 3, and Richardson backs out of that one. There's Samuk Rudrapatna, who was the one starting rear of grid. Let's have a look at this. So it's almost like Nicholson either missed a gear or the engine stopped or something, because they went past him at a vast rate of knots. Looks like it might have been a missed gear, and just some lazy contact here, and that's that understeer you were talking about there just before, Darren, that there's a few drivers that have just not quite got the car turning in and pointing the way that they want it, and it's a bit difficult when you've just got to manage the car that's on the outside, but your car just sort of plows through the corner.
I reckon Nicholson was having issues all the way into that last corner, the last time around. Now he's made his way up around to turn 3, and it sounds almost like clutch the way he's revving it up there, but certainly the car was ailing coming into the second last corner on that last lap, and they came through him, and then sadly Nick Jones had really nowhere to go and climbed wheel over wheel, which is always the most scary part of it, isn't it? Here we go, Triple Eight Holmes. Replay, yeah, he's understeered off there as well.
It's got some sort of gremlins going on there.
There's a world of hurt going on in that car, isn't he? He's doing such a good job up until that end of that lap.
He definitely was. Not a good start to round number 2 for the Acura team. They've got 6 cars here this weekend. One was in the fence and the other's having some dramas, and we'll probably battle to get most of that garage in some good spirits after this one's over. There'll be a bit of soul searching. So Ash Quiddington has now found his way back past Jake Rowe for P2. These two are 3.3 seconds behind Partridge. And Andre Kieran, who had lost that spot to Adam Nicholson, but then gained it back over the course of that second half of the lap before Nicholson came to a halt. He's just trying to catch back up to the rear of Rowe here. His restart was good. His time was on. He was right behind Lee Partridge, but just made that little mistake, and that's all it takes sometimes at a circuit like this. This is not like Sandown or Phillip Island, where if you can just stay within that sort of little toe of the car in front, you can gain all that time back. This is very much a driver's track. A lot of drivers in the qualifying session this morning were asking quite a lot of their cars, and that's where the lap time comes from at a place like this. Having a car that points, having a car that can exit very, very nicely, transfer its power at precisely the right time, not getting on the power too early and therefore understeering off the ends of the circuit and off the ends of the ripple strip and kicking up all that dust, because that's what costs you lap time at a place like Winton.
Certainly the secret to Winton is power down. It's getting out of the corner and getting all of the power, whatever it is you've got, getting it down to the ground. And it's always been the secret to a track like this, point and squirt, and get that power down. Great shot of Jake Rowe coming around through the S's last time round. Of course, Motorsport Electrics Online sponsoring the Formula V's here this weekend. There he is, second in this lineup here, number 66 of Motorsport Electrics Online.
Got a good exit.
Any of their gear, jump on and place your order. And great shots there of the side of the car coming through turn 3.
Yeah, good exit there out of turn 2, but Whittington was very much awake to it, defended down the inside and straight down the middle of the road heading towards turn 3. Kieran's now caught back up, so a podium is not out of reach for him. Let's have a look down here. The last corner, so, someone on the infield there. In the lower half of the group of cars. A bit hard to make out who that was until we zoom in on it, and it turns out it looks like it might have been Mick Fisher.
Cars continuing on around through the S's, coming onto what was the back straight. Winton signs along there, and they go right back up through the gearbox. Let's have a look at it with 5 seconds left to go. Lee Partridge over Ash Whittington, Jake Rowe, Andre Kieran, and Ash Clifford probably get the last lap board this time around. Then it is Casamati, Windsor.
Yep, so checkered flag we're hearing is being ready to start finish line, and it looks like that's the case. So 10 lap duration in the first hit out for Formula V. Here comes your race winner, Lee Partridge. Comfortable margin at the end of the day, around about 3 seconds, and that will be his first win of the 2024 season. So 4 race winners in the 4 races we've had so far across the opening 2 rounds. So naturally, a tight championship was predicted at the beginning of the year. That's precisely what it is appearing that we have got. So Partridge home by 3.3 seconds over Whittington, and Rowe and Kieran all in a little cluster. You could throw a blanket over them as they came across the line.
Interesting thing is with that result there with Lee Partridge in the working drone Sabre, that now brings Jake Rowe and Lee Partridge on equal championship points of the allocation after this race. So early on in the season, the battle is absolutely raging for Formula V. I guess 10 laps completed, Steve. I reckon we lost probably 5 laps in recovering.
Agreed.
That. It could have been more, but it was a really strong recovery by the recovery crew there. There's our results.
Now, let's take nothing away from some of the drivers in the lower half of this 10, because they did a really good job avoiding the carnage that was happening in that early group of 10 cars at the beginning. So your top 4 we've talked about. Ash Clifford, he found his way through after starting on the 4th row of the grid. So too John Casamati, so they came through and gained a couple of spots each. Malachi Windsor therefore ends up the lead of the IPRA drivers. That's a career best 7th place finish for him. Same for Rocco Spinley in 8th place, a career best finish for him in the number 82 machine. And then Josh Munro and Darren Power, they've jumped up and had a top 10 finish after everything that was happening around them as well. So really, really good to see that. A number of drivers that haven't had a chance to make an appearance deep into the top 10 have had a really good result, unfortunately at the expense of others that tripped over themselves and hit the walls. But a good start to Formula V. Rare that we have an accident of that sort of nature in Formula V, but great job by the recovery crews and the fire teams and the flag marshals and that to put out the boards and make sure the area was safe and recover that car. They'll go back, lick their wounds, and we'll get looking forward to saloon cars.
Let's hope that's the last time we see the safety car here this afternoon as well. We'll be back in just a few moments. We have got saloon cars, as Steve said, and then we go straight into E30s, Formula Fords, improved production, 944s, sports sedans, and Circuit XLs will round out a day. Back trackside in just a few moments. Welcome back trackside here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Beautiful day here at Winton. You really should all be trackside here. Some great racing coming up. One of the fiercest fought out categories in the championships is the saloon cars. They'll be on track next. But first of all, let's go down to an interview that Annalise got earlier with Victorian Motorsport's very own Kevin Stoopman.
I'm in the pits with Kevin Stoopman, and we're going to ask about his 2 laps at Winton this morning.
It was very short and sweet. The Falcon threw a fan belt off this morning, so lucky I've got a bunch of good-looking roosters over here which have managed to fix it and get me back out this afternoon.
That's great. It's important to have a good team in your pit. How do they help you in the car?
I don't know if they help me much in the car. They give me a fair bit of crap when I don't do very well. They're always pretty quick to put me down and harass me, but it is hard to fix a car without them. So, I have to put up with the grief that they give me to be able to have their help to keep me going, because I do tend to break the car a fair bit.
It's a bit of a love-hate relationship.
It is, yes, for sure.
And you've raced at Winton many times. What are your tips for people who haven't raced at Winton or it's their first time?
Probably a little bit tricky if it's your first time. Don't overdrive the track, I think. Winton's one of those tracks where you can very easily overdrive it and spend a lot of the time sideways rather than forward. So, probably just keep the cool and enjoy the layout. It is a good layout and it's a whole lot of fun, so good fun.
So you like the idea that it's going clockwise rather than anti-clockwise?
I've never tried Winton anti-clockwise. I think that would probably be a bit of a challenge coming down the hill through 1 and 2, but it works well, definitely.
And these are your 2 cars. Which one is your favourite?
The one that's still going at the end of the day is definitely my favourite car at the moment, because race cars tend to break a lot. So if we can drive them on the trailer at the end of the weekend, that's definitely my favourite for the weekend.
And I wish you luck for your qualifying and rest of the race weekend.
Thank you very much. No probs. Bye.
Awesome stuff. Thanks, Annalise, and welcome to the team, to Annalise this weekend. Another one we've got to welcome to the team is right alongside me, who joined us for Sports Cars and 944s at Sandown, is Emma Dean. Emma, welcome to Winton for round 2 of the 888 Home Loans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships and Saloon Cars for your first ever race call for Saloon Cars. I'm going to take a break now. It's over to you.
Yeah, thanks, Darren. Thanks for having me back.
I'll hang in here. I do like a good saloon car race. Cars are on their way around, and we'll be certainly hearing from Emma over 3 or 4 different categories this weekend, and then by the time we get to Phillip Island, she'll be expert on all 12 categories and lead the way. But certainly welcome Emma and Annalise as well. Great to have her part of our on-air talent and bringing the show to everyone.
Annalise is still in school, 17.
Yeah, well,
It's great.
good confidence, isn't
I
it?
know.
Yeah. So here's the grid. Kane Baxter-Smith in the Swift Solar Repairs Falcon AU on pole position, and nicely a Holden right alongside it. Can be a bit of a FOMO Cove benefit here at Winton over the years, but Adam Lowndes in the Pro Plum Racing Holden VY Commodore number 19 in position number 2. Kevy Stoopman, who we just heard of, knows his way around Winton. I would say better than any of these guys, and almost better than anyone. Kev Stoopman in the number 12 here, the AU Falcon. Daniel Johnson, the PDM detailing Ford Falcon AU, the president of the club, sitting there and there in 4th place. In the 5th place, it's Kieran Pridmore in the number 66. Watch out for this row. Pridmore and Prestapino, the 99, Commodore will be rapid. That 3rd row of the grid. Look for them to improve. Sean Jamison, I've never seen him back in 7th place, let alone not on the front row. Watch for car number 3. Travis Lindorf is also in the big hunt as well here this weekend down there in row 5. Jackson Leach to James Jeske to Nash Harris. Great to see the number 20 there. Spray Foam Solutions BN. David Wilkin in the Commodore out of position number 12. And in 13, Kerry Bright to Justin Shembry, Chris Jackson and Dylan Gray back to McSwain. Gee, that's a long way back for Andrew too. Watch the number 34 Drive Events car. Darren Kritzes, who was new on board the category, and Keegan Gorn in the older VN. But it is absolutely traditional Aussie fare. Ford versus Holden, front row of the grid, 2 Fords and 2 Holdens, and away we go. Watch for the door-handle type racing here in Saloon Cars as they line astern with each other down into turn 1. It's going to be Baxter Smith, just angles it in there. Daniel Johnson also gets in nicely into P3. But watch this battle of Commodores as they come through with Stoopy in there as well. Pridmore, Prestapino, we've got them across the grass. This is fairly traditional stuff in saloon cars. As we see the 52 of Gray just getting back on there as well. Chris is taking evasive action, but that's certainly pushed a number of them back down through the field off turn 1 there. Just trying to pick up if there's any of the stars of saloon cars that came off there, but they all seem to be still in touch out in front.
Bit of a dust storm there on the S's at the start.
Yeah, it's going to be
Lovely
like
to
that,
see.
isn't it? This time of the year at Winton, we've got another one off at the sweeper there as well. So lots of dust going up over there as well. So that's trouble as we come around through what my dad calls the cleavage here at Winton between the S's. And here it is at turn 1. Let's see if we can pick up where the mayhem started. We're sort of missing
out of
it.
shot.
There it is. Okay, we've got someone parked across the track and everyone taking evasive action. Jumping across the infield tracks there as well. Can't quite pick up who they all are, but certainly plenty of action. Kanezak Baxter Smith leading now. Adam Lowndes, they've got themselves a tidy little gap there. The fact that on lap 1 they're in the shot without anyone else into it. It's Daniel Johnson next, and then back to Pridmore. It's Kevin Stoopman. Was he in that group right there? There's not there actually. I'm looking for where he's gone. He's down now in about 7th place, I think, in the back of that shot. There's the 56-hour race leader, and all the way back down through the field there, back to Travis Lindorff. He started well. Then it's Prestapino in the guys, glass and glazing, number 99. Prestapino throwing, Lindorff throwing the dirt at the 99 there and doing it again coming out of turn 4 as the field get up into the sweeper. Difficult hang on in a Falcon or a Commodore. Big lurching saloons. Oh, look at this, using the ripple strip. 66. Pridmore, forever the man providing action. Take the risk, calculated risk. And Travis Lindorff sits right in behind. If that risk unfolds in a bad way for the 66 Kevin Pridmore, then Travis Lindorff will be all over him.
Wouldn't be a Ford and Holden grudge match without a bit of nose to tail, would it, Darren?
That's exactly right. I've got to say, the saloon cars over the years, they've had periods where the Robbins Racing got a little bit more than rubbing and got some damage and people off and into barriers. But I'm going to say this current era of saloon car racing is operating exceptionally skillfully. Look, if they come together, they do. That's, that is racing. That is part of it. Just getting a look at this bit here. This is in the middle of the pack there, and these guys, and that is down to Justin Letsky, Jetski, Leach, and Wilkin. We're talking 7, 8, 9 on the road there. Love this Coca-Cola livery like the Wayne Gardner type of thing. You're sending a pretty clear message.
I'm having flashbacks here, Darren.
Yeah. Well, the biggest thing I saw when I saw that, I went, oh, yes, we're in for a bit of Captain Chaos action, as Gardner was known for back in the day.
I lost count the amount of cars that were coloured like that in Adelaide.
Have a look at this, side by side down into 3. This is like the World Championship. The 91 just takes a wide run there. That's Jetski. And lets Leach through, only for a corner or 2 there. But it's a couple of AUs. As I said, 7, 8 and 9. Wilkin has just been left off the back here. In fact, it appears as though the bottle's out of the cork's out of the bottle now and they're running away with it.
Here we go.
It's getting a bit willing now. This is the number 12 coming through of Kevy Stoopman. True Stoopman style. There's not a gap. Let's force one. And always great action. Wherever that Tyre Power sponsored number 12 is, and it doesn't matter if it's saloon cars, HQs, improved production or sports sedans, wherever Kev is, a ripping driver over a very long career. And one of those great guys around the pit and paddock area to grab a chat with. He'll tell you how it is sometimes and make up a story that makes him look good and the car look bad.
Well, so far so good. The racing's good and incident-free, unlike the previous race.
Well, we're only 2 laps in and we've got 14 and a half minutes left to go, so anything could happen. The GCA car number 12 for Tyre Power there, now right up into the back of Jetski. Now, this will be good, actually. this to be really good for Jeske to have Stoopy behind him. Stoopy won't hold back. He will apply pressure where it's due and looks to go the inside here. So he's positioned his car beautifully for turn 1 to take that spot back. But Kev started, don't forget Kev started right up in P3, languishing down there in P9 at the moment. So he will be trying to fight back. A guy that's always on for a podium, and more often than not the top step on the podium at the moment. But came back to Smith, Lowndes and Johnson, with Pridmore just hanging off the back of that group at the moment as well. Here's that car we were talking about, the Coke liveried car.
Yeah.
I really do want to give it a bit of Captain Chaos, but at the moment just doing a bit of lap work. Here comes Stoopin, and there's some Chaos car number 6. That's Leach in the Kyneton Crane repair outfit. And the guy from that great country town, Kyneton Crane hire, off the back of
Can you get it going?
the turn, what's that, 6 up there, and regaining,
he's
lost
back.
a whole lot of spots.
Well, at least you stayed out of everyone's way. That's all you can do.
Absolutely,
keep
and
racing.
yeah, not getting in anyone's way, trying to get back in as well. Field streaming around, coming around through 6, 7, 8. There's the Coke car as well, and looking the goods. There's Jackson in the 97, and that's down in 18th at the moment. At the moment, Sean Jamieson hadn't started the race, was certainly on the grid sheet, was quite a long way down. So I would suggest some concerns there for Jamo, reigning champion from 2022. Of course, Daniel Johnson, the reigning champion from 2023, and Daniel's currently sitting in 3rd place, coming under massive pressure. There's Gaunt, now in the number 94. That's Keegan Gaunt, the old VN, and we go back to 3rd place on the road here. Big challenges here. The 2Ps having a really big look at it. There's Pridmore, and behind him, Prestapino. And then we go back to Travis Lindorff, round the outside.
Side by side. Oh, that's uncomfortable. There is nothing in positions 1 through to 6.
66 now, got the inside running. It's all about that power down. We discussed it in the Formula Vs. That's the secret to Winton. Power down. The straight 6 versus the B6. Under brakes. It'll be... Well, there's nothing in it. Daniel Johnson's just got the nose in front. But Pridmore is going to get it because he's got the inside running for the second last corner.
Their wheat bix. Oh, this is uncomfortable for me. I've driven this track, Darren. That is not comfy.
That's Saloon Cars. They love it. This is how they do it. Daniel Johnson, short back and side, loses 2 spots on that one straight under brakes there. The 2Ps go through. Pridmore and Prestapino will be now inside the top 5. In fact, Pridmore, the last step on the podium. Now Johnson is now defending Travis Lindorff, and Kevin Stoopman, I just noticed, is right in the back of that shot there as well. So he's back up into 7th place. There's our reigning champion, car number 1. A guy that puts in a lot of effort into the Saloon Car Series, and super proud. In fact, it was a very popular championship win last year by Daniel. Everyone, I guess, except for the guys that came 2nd and 3rd, were happy to see it.
I just can't get over. I'm looking at the timing and seeing Lowndes, Johnson. I'm seeing these names from Bathurst, the legends.
Don't be misled.
No, but it's great racing though, Darren. I'm actually liking the saloon cars.
It's fantastic racing. This is, I guess this is now our only true... Now, this was our
Holden
fair
Ford.
for 50 years. This
I
is the true
know.
Holden versus Ford battle.
Well, I'm an Adelaide girl. This was what I was used to. So when we moved to Melbourne, I was glad to see it was still going.
So round we go. There's the 34, Andy McSwain. And, that's a big one for Shembry in the
car
Bay
number 10.
Ford entry.
Justin Shembry.
And he's now gone back down to the back of the field there. So that's a shame. Shembry pushing on pretty hard. This is where it's at. Have a look at this. Lindorff left and right. The Holden is definitely working a lot nicer. Under brakes. That's a big dive. Daniel Johnson's been caught out there now. Lost
driving.
3 places in that exact spot.
I'm impressed with this driving. I really like it.
So back at the front now. This is Kane Baxter Smith, the Swift Solar entry, right behind the Pro Plum car of Adam Lowndes. And this is a super battle at the front. In fact, the battles right throughout this top 10 are very, very healthy for this early on in the season. We're only in round 2, and the saloon cars were very, very good at Sandown. Sean Jamieson led the weekend to Daniel Johnson's 100 to 84 points. Kieran Pridmore on 84. Kieran's doing a fantastic job ranging up into 3rd place now with Lowndes, Baxter Smith, Travis Lindorff, and right back down through the field. Kevy Stoopman only dragged 10 points out. Justin Shembry got 28 points. He's right back down the bottom of the field now. So there's Pridmore. And as I said, the 2 Ps, Pridmore and Prestapino. I think I said it when they were sitting on the grid, Emma, that watch them. They'll come at it pretty hard.
Yeah, it's getting a bit fisty. Like I think Pridmore's doing well to hold off Prestapino. He's doing really well, actually. There's nothing in it. It's 3/10.
Looking back down through the field there's the 94 of Gaunt again. And ranging up behind is the 97 of Chris Jackson in that grey Commodore. Looks good. Got some splashes of Dayglow orange and yellow on there. Not sure how you really dress up a Falcon or a Commodore, but they've seemed to have done it well over all the years, haven't they?
It's the badge that people look for, Darren.
It is the badge. It's badge racing. It certainly is. And these guys do get pretty frisky with it. One of the interesting things is that Sean Jamieson, he doesn't mind. He's got various of both Ford and Holden in his selection. And he'll pick the track where he thinks the Ford or the Holden is going to be the strength and bring that one.
Well,
and of course the South Australian as well.
Oh, yeah, well, he'd have to go Holden. But I mean, this is a really technical track. So what do you think your pick would be? Would you rather be in a Ford or a Holden around here?
Fords have done very well here over the years, but I think it's around about 60-40 success to Ford versus Holden, and we're just seeing here now.
A little bit of a step out.
Absolutely. Lowndes and Pridmore.
That was Gaunt with a little bit of a step out there.
So yeah, there's a Ford, then 4 Holdens. Back to Daniel Johnson. And Daniel, sadly, in car number 1 has gone back. He was on the second row of the grid, and now he's on row 3, row 4 sort of thing. So dropping back down to 6th place here. Great shots. This is a magnificent looking livery. The connected car number 45 of Kerry Blight. And they've put a lot of thought into making that car look good. And the 91 gone just the traditional red with the white bonnet and white roof, reflect the heat up in central Victoria on a hot weekend.
Well, we do have 26 degrees here at the moment, and the UV's hit 8. So the rubber's wearing down a little bit on the track, doesn't like it.
Yeah, certainly.
So a bit more slippery, slidey.
This is a full treaded Bridgestone tyre. So yeah, they will start to be feeling the punishment. Probably more by tomorrow, because it's going to be warmer earlier tomorrow. But these guys, I think they'll be pretty glad to get their racing done. What are we? 1:15 in the afternoon. By 3 o'clock this afternoon, when we've got the Big Bang of Sports Sedans, they'll be feeling that UV intensifier, plus, certainly under the tyre.
Not to mention the drivers. They sit, for those who don't know, they sit on a dummy grid for a good maybe 5 to 10 minutes before they're out on track. So they're under the sun, in their suits with the helmets on. Gets pretty sweaty in there.
It's always about that time you need the nervous trip to the toilet too. So you get out and run all the way over to the toilet block.
Exactly.
So good racing here. We've still got 5.5 minutes left to go. Let's have a look how it's transpiring. Kane Baxter Smith has got a 0.4 of a second lead over Adam Lowndes, and Adam's got again a 0.4 second lead over Pridmore, and this is the battle. Pridmore, Prestapino and Travis Lindorff. Lindorff now fastest car on track. That's the Casey Accident Repair Commodore in the back. A shot. Look at those gloves. The 99, love those yellow gloves when they go up and around. You can see everything, all the inputs the driver's doing.
You know what? I don't know whether I'd rather be in front or behind. Having someone in your mirror for this long in a race, you're going to make a mistake. I mean, it takes a great driver to not make a mistake, to have that constant pressure.
Why Trav's got the headlights on and looks left and right in the mirrors. It's all those
I'm waiting for him to start flashing GT3 style.
Got the Le Mans flashes on. But never were they an option on a Holden Commodore. But have a look at this. Travis Lindorff wants to be right at the back on the top of Victorian Saloon Car Racing. Currently sitting there in P5. Does a tremendous job. The car is always presented brilliantly. And likewise, Casey Accident Repair down the side, representing the business and himself very well. So this is the getting Pridmore, Prestipino and Lindorf. The 66, I thought, might have got away.
Yeah.
Pridmore when he got in front of this group. Oh, no, this
who's
is not what
coming
we
in?
wanted.
Daniel Johnson. What happened there?
This is not good. There's no smoke coming out. Has it got a left front flat, maybe? Left front cops an absolute pounding here. It's like right front at Sandown. And Johnson into the pits. This is not what Daniel wanted. And as I alluded to earlier, I don't think anyone wants to see Daniel do poorly in his racing. He puts so much effort into it, along with all the committee that run this category. So we cast our eyes back. This is the lead of the race. Kane Baxter Smith to Adam Lowndes. Now starting to move on to the back of some lap traffic. It's at the 33 in front of him of Darren Kritzis. No, it's the 10 of Justin Shembry, of course. Yeah, Justin had that spin earlier and went off the back of the
Black
Ripple Strip,
Falcon.
coming onto the main straight.
Oh.
Oh, no, now the 51
You're
of Travis Lindorf
kidding.
has been off. Out of P5. I'm not sure that he's lost any spots because there was a healthy gap between Travis and Kevy Stoopman. But we'll have to try and pick that up as they cross the line the next time round. Bit of understeer that time round for Adam Lowndes, so he's just starting to feel that, as Emma alluded to, with her extensive technical knowledge of tyres and UV. The Bridgestones will be starting to feel the pressure.
I'm part nerd, Darren. Just part nerd.
Oh, it's all about the interest of the sport, isn't it? Everyone has their thing. There's the 99 now. That's Jacob Prestipino. Here we go. Is this... Oh, that's what happened to Travis Lindorf. A sideways slide at the bottom of the old back straight there. Points it straight in, kind of speedway style, I guess, and took off. Didn't look like he lost any spots there, but Kevy Stoopman will now have noticed that. No, he's 9 seconds away, so...
As off go, that's as easy as it gets at Winton.
Yes,
Yeah, there's
exactly.
no good place to have an off here except for there.
Absolutely agree with you. They've certainly over the years improved the safety, and we saw that incident in Formula V's earlier. But yeah, there's a reason why the sign at the gate says the nature.
Yeah. Well, look, it is a technical track, and you're carrying a lot of speed into these corners. So that's what, in that itself, you don't want to come off. But yeah, they have improved the track a hell of a lot since I started coming here.
Leach and Gray now going at it. Ladies and gentlemen, this is 12th and 13th on the road. Here comes the 34 of Andy McSwain. He's starting to push his way back up through the field after starting right down near the back of the field. Where was the 34? Yeah, started out at 17th. So he's now back to 11th. So that's a good charge. But the number 6 there of Leach is not taking it lying down, that's for sure. And then in behind it's the EA Falcon battling it out there as well. So lots of battles right back down through the field. That's Dylan Gray in the EA there, number 52. And they're fighting it out for 10, 11, 12, 13 on the track. As we go back up the field a bit, here's to Wilkin and the 45 of Bright.
Just on 30 seconds left in this race, Darren. And I wonder if Adam Lowndes can make it up.
Good battle
maybe
here.
not.
This is just out of 7th and 8th on the road, and they're getting pretty willing with it.
David
Two terrific
Wilkin.
liveries, a tribute livery and definitely an original one, the connected livery there. As we head down into turn 3, the older VN Commodore being driven absolutely, as they would have said in the old days, with gay abandon, but certainly doing a
Driving the wheels
tremendous
off
job.
it.
Driving
Yeah.
the wheels off it is what we say in the modern parlance.
Yeah. I remember a few of them at the drags at Calder when I was 18, Darren. Was the thing to do.
Big slide. The Coke car now really coming under fire. And that's the Wilkin car.
Sliding everywhere.
Dave doing a good job. Checkered flag as we have race winners of Kane Baxter Smith in the Falcon over Adam Lowndes in the number 19 Commodore. The 66 of Pridmore gets to the line there as well in position 3. So that's your podium. Prestipino, Travis Lindorf gathered it all back up after what could have been a horrible sideways slide down into turn 10. And Kevy Stoopman gets back, came out of P3, went to near the back of the field and has fought back to position number 6 in car number 12. So good drive there by Kev. Never, ever underestimate the driver of car 12. And there you go. If you wonder if sheep stations are on offer, they certainly are right now for these two. As David Wilkin in the number 2 gets to the line.
Well, someone's lost a bit of hardware there, Darren. Have a look at that.
Yeah, that's
Might need
going to
that.
head off to Walker and get yourself a new muffler for your Holden or your Ford. As we're just seeing a little bit of a replay. Oh, it's the black.
Oh, he's
Didn't
dropped
quite
off
get
his.
that. It's
He's dropped
fallen
off his
there at the
muffler.
end.
Okay.
That would have sounded loud coming past us. I'm sure we obviously missed that.
I think I was distracted by a power slide coming out
Kerry-
of turn 12.
Kerry Bright in the number 45 getting home in 8th position there. Jeske Leach Harris. Andy McSwain ultimately home in 12th. So that's a good run from further down the back of the field. Gray, Shembry's in, had been lapped, as was Kritz's. Sadly, Daniel Johnson has made his way back into the paddock, which is a real shame. But yeah, there's that bit of exhaust system.
You know, Darren, I hate to say it, but that's also reminiscent of Adelaide.
Yep.
Sorry, shouldn't say that. Sorry for anyone from Adelaide watching, but I'm from there as well. Elizabeth Way, you'd see mufflers out on.
Here's
on the
our
road.
final standings on the screen there. 56, Kane Baxter Smith basically led from flag to finish. Adam Lowndes coming into P2, that helps his hunt. Karen Pridmore drove a terrific race, as did Jacob Prestopino. They did a good race, and you turn their numbers upside down, 166 or 99, depending on which way you look at it. Travis Lindoff home in 5th place. He'd be ruining the fact that he had that big slide when he was in a challenging position. That rounds that out. We've got the safety crew souveniring an exhaust system. We'll make a nice coffee table adornment for someone over the next little while. Get it out there on the
Heads will
buffer
be
brush
hung.
and clean
Heads
it
will be
up.
hung down when that's dropped off to the pits.
Certainly will be, that's for sure. BMW E30's up next. You're at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. Thanks to 888 Home Loans. Back in a moment. Welcome back trackside. Here we have got the BMW E30s on track. A bit of a compact field here this weekend. So let's see how the racing goes. It always is great racing. And I've got to say, this is one of the categories that has such amazing camaraderie through its ranks. They really do all pull together very, very well. And I guess part of their sponsorship package is the BMW Drivers Club Championship point standing, so that's something that gets them in there, and the enthusiasts. Darren Smith and Emma Dean with you. We were just talking off air that certainly the BMW E30 is the iconic, kind of BMW that grabbed, I would say, a lot of people of our generation's interest.
Yeah, for me, next to the Oryx Audi, it was the BMWs in the British Touring Car Championship that I kept my eyes on. And then these E30s were just so cool. They were so different to anything that was on the road at the time. It's so lovely to still see them out. And like I said, apart from that M Coupe with the shooting brake in the 90s, I don't think I've been in love with BMW since.
Well, on track now, and I still love the BMW brand. In fact, there's not a lot of brands that are at the racetrack here today that I can't say I love. I love the racing, and whenever like-minded people get to pull on the onesie and the helmet and the booties and go racing, it's always they're always having a ball. And it's been a long time since I raced, but I still remember the smile on my face. I remember sadly the angst of the weeks before when you were spending all the money and late nights and getting the car ready. But here's our field. It's Brian Burke to Ash Rogers, Simon Leach, Munro back to Stevens there, Brett Stevens, Shannon Cooper in the number 39. There it is Martin Taylor and the 86 of Peter Knight. Some newcomers, in fact. There's only a couple of, I'm going to say, seasoned campaigners in Brian Burke and Ash Rogers. Leach in there as well. Shannon Cooper in the number 90. And away we go. This is going to be a pretty close, hard-fought battle. Both Brian Leach and Goose Rogers, as he's known as, will turn on an absolute ding-dong battle. Two of the faster drivers of this series over such a long time. It's a sad thing that Jesse Bryant couldn't defend his title. He took it last year in a very, very close and hard-fought battle with Royce Lynn, and he did such a tremendous job. But at the end of the year, it was Jesse that took out the win. Fantastic start here for Brian Burke. He's really absolutely charged on cold tyres, and Ash Rogers in the 50 has gone with him. Pretty bold statement, and I'll say this about anyone that runs number 27 on the car. Casey Stoner and Alan Jones's number, World Championship winning numbers, and Brian's up to it. He represents the number well.
Yeah, I don't know. I'd be hard pressed to find a number that didn't relate to someone good. I'd be so conscious of that if I was picking a race number. But it's unusual, Darren, to see so few E30s out on track. Every time I've been at the track in the last couple of years, there's at least 20 out in the field. It's a bit of a shame. It is
a bit of a shame. They turned on a ding-dong battle here last time they raced in the state championships here at Winton. Sad to see Donovan Molenhagen out there as well, and Jess Bell. But I'm sure they'll be presenting themselves at the further rounds for the E30 Championship here. This is almost like a magnetic battle here, where the north and south magnet can't quite get right onto each other here. But at the moment, Brian Burke on cold tyres, might I add, is absolutely rapid. The 39 there of Taylor getting some horrible understeer, and then it's Peter Knight in the Russ Studios 86 there also struggling on the cold tyres. But as I said, those two out in front, hugely experienced. And I'm going to go so far as to say Brian Burke has been around. Here we go up the inside. Ash Rogers. Hold your breath moment.
Yeah. Oh.
That's pretty cool. Puts the nose up the inside there. Ooh, we're seeing a start line infringement for Ash Rogers. So now he needs to get past. He has got an urgent case on hand now. He needs to get 5 seconds in front of Brian Burke in this race. He showed the nose at turn 3, ducked back in and behind at turn 4, the realigned turn 4 from a couple of years ago, which was done through those COVID years, has made that part of the track so cool, so fast and flowing now. It used to be almost a stop-go 90-degree corner. They've now cambered it. You can actually get great power. And they're arriving at the sweeper about 15 kilometres an hour faster than they ever did, so that's awesome. But Goose has got work to do in the number 50. He's got a 5-second penalty, I guess. We'll we'll get that confirmed that that's a start line infringement.
Yeah, look, this is so competitive. I'm used to seeing the E30s be competitive when I rock up to State Series, and this is no different. I'm really, really, really liking this driving. And the cars, I mean, there's nothing in them. You know, the 2.56 cylinders, it's really down to the driver and who's willing to take that extra bit of gusto with them.
For those that watching on from the BMW Drivers Club, they'll know the M20B25. They'll be love these cars. The manually adjusted tappets in them. Had a number of them over the years in my time working on BMWs. But,
you're part nerd too, Darren.
Sorry?
You're part nerd too.
Yeah, a little bit. Certainly, I just like racing. It's surges through my blood. The number 17 now of Stevens. Brett Stevens coming in there. Wonder if we can get a discount on our next motorbike from Brett. Probably not the same one.
Little bit more of a dust storm coming out of 4 there.
66. This is Munro now leading through the 17 of Brett Stevens. And
car 90s in the pits.
That's no, Shannon Cooper in the pits. This is not what we wanted to see. The Shannon Cooper Bell Motorsport entry in the pits there. That's a shame. Shannon, the stalwart of this racing.
Yeah, down to 7 now. 7 cars on track.
Yeah, it's a little bit concerning
quiet.
for the E30 community, that's for sure. But I got to say, like open wheeler racing in Australia, you only need 1 or 2, 3 cars at the front putting on the show.
Oh, here we go for the dive.
Goose shows the nose again. He's going to have it.
Yes, he's going to take that.
Brian Burke left it open. They're going to go side by side onto the pit straight.
Gee.
Burke runs wide, and he has the inside running for turn 1. So will they be able to get through the S's side by side with each other? They're getting close. This is it. One make racing at its best. This is what we see. Goose goes for the big lunge. The 27 gathers it all up. Threshold of braking there. The Yokohama's absolutely being tortured and up to the task, might I add. Absolutely tortured, held on with it, as we now see Brett Stevens looking out from behind the 66 of Munro.
Just as I was lamenting only having 7 cars out on track, there's no lack in competition whatsoever, Darren. I'm loving this.
Plenty of Formula Fords on track next for their first race for round 2. So we're enjoying this enthusiast style of racing. It's definitely one of those things where they come to the track, they love the badge, and getting the cars prepped. A very passionate group of competitors of the E30 races.
Look, there's so much work that goes into racing. You guys are getting to watch the end result of all the work on TV, but this is weeks of preparation in between each race. You got driver prep, car prep, team prep, and then you got transportation. There's a lot that goes into the weekend and a lot of people behind the scenes. So it's, it's really, really passion project stuff.
This is an interesting one. The one there for car 17, which is Brett Stevens on the exiting the pits as a blend line. They're not the blend line TV line, but the actual blend line leaving the pit exit on the formation lap had gone out over that. So that is something that is hugely enforced here at Winton, and won't do it again when you get 15 seconds added to your race time. So Brett Stevens, albeit, is right there behind the 66 at the moment of Munro. And that got loose as well. Gathers it up. He needs to get 15 seconds clear and is going to look down under brakes again. The 66
just shut the door on
tips
him.
it in, does a good job, and Stevens has to just wait for the next opportunity.
That's good racing. No, it's good defending there. Car number 66, that's... who's
Munro.
Munro.
Around the sweeper they go, and I would suggest that it's going to be down at one of the 90-degree corners that we're going to see Brett Stevens have another crack at it. I'm sure that he's radioed in. I'm sure these guys have got comms, but certainly they do have the race receivers, and they may be getting announced over that he's got 15 seconds. So he wants to get on with it if he's going to get a result out of this one, because at the moment 15 seconds will drop him back 2 spots in this particular race. Bit of smoke coming out of the car in front there. That's Simon Leach. I think that's done. That car's livery is done in the Wrigley's chewing gum livery from back in the. You touched on the Super Tourers. Super Tourers in the European Championship. But
you're definitely showing your generation.
Yeah, I love those M3s. They're probably some of the best sounding 4-cylinder, normally aspirated race cars you could have. Okay, so we're getting confirmation. Car number 50, Ash Rogers, who is number 2 on the road, 1.5 seconds behind Brian Burke, was outside of the grid box. So had gained an advantage, said to be an advantage being, I would say, the first axle forward of the line, and that will put him into 4th place on the road once that 5-second penalty is applied. Update on Brett Stevens, hasn't got through on Munro yet, and in the last lap hasn't made any challenge to do so. But the white car of 66, I would suggest Brett has just got the rear vision mirror, torn it off the windscreen and parked it in the floor on the passenger well and just gone, I'm going to run my own race here. That yellow car can do his best to catch me.
Yeah, I wouldn't like having my rear vision filled with yellow like that, but good on them. It's great racing.
Number 17 out wide there as well, losing a little bit of ground. The interesting thing is that these guys are catching the 51 of the Spectrum Racing of Simon Leach. Good look at the 86 there as well. That's Knight. And good to see Peter back out there. Bell Motorsport and blazing down the side of the car. Big shout out to Graham and the crew at Bell Motorsport, preparing a lot of these cars for this this series, and great member of the BMW Drivers Club. Of course, his daughter Jess and his son has also got race cars that they race in the E30s. So family that races together stays together.
You've got a big soft spot for BMW, don't you, Darren?
Wait till the 944s get out, or wait till the Formula 4s get out, and then sports sedans. I've got a soft spot.
Oh, you've got a history with BMW, though. This is great. The pressure that Brett Stevens is putting on that car 66 in front is really, really nice, really consistent. It's just a matter of time. I used to sit in behind someone and hope they make a mistake. Just get in their mirror enough and hope they make a little fumble.
Yeah, you've got to get close though. You've really got to make it so that if you haven't ripped the mirror off the window and said I'm not interested in what you're doing, the problem is that it's now flapping around in the footwell on the passenger side. It's like a litre of milk when you're coming home from the shopping and it slides onto the floor.
I've had that experience before in the car.
Yeah, the shopping centre race at the lights.
No, I mean, I've had a mirror flapping around in the car going around Winton.
So this is Taylor in the number 39. Great looking livery in those, that traditional M Sport or M BMW M. That's some off on the dirt there. I hope that's a good quick lap time because there was absolutely no reason to go to the dirt there for the number 39, but gathered it all back up. And Martin Taylor continues on his way in the MDT motoring outfit.
With 8 minutes to go, would it be fair to say that these guys are starting to lose a bit of grip? I mean, it is the hottest part of the day.
The good thing about the E30s and the 944s is that both these brands presented these cars from the factory with a 50-50 weight split. So they're a nicely balanced car, and so your platform is good anyway, so it should be good on tyres, but that heat's starting to get into the circuit and emitting back up through the tyres. The Yokohamas that they run on these cars and on the same ones on the 944s are a super durable tyre. In fact, they run them on the Formula Fords and the improved productions coming up next. So the Yokohamas are a very durable and fast tyre. Sometimes the trade-off with these radial type Targa event type tyres or multi-weather type tyres is they're a compromise between fast and durable, and Yokohama for a long time have managed that mixture or that blend very, very well to give the cars the speed that they deserve, but also the durability to get a whole race weekend or maybe even two out of a set of tyres.
The beauty about these cars too, correct me if I'm wrong, Darren, with the E30s, the camber that you can adjust on them. They've got a lot of adjustment available to them.
They do,
Helps them with the grip as
and
well.
it is. Look, it's the same thing that's available to everyone. There is an issued, if you like, or a standard suspension kit. I do like the mini lights versus the spoke tyres on the number 39. Different wheel.
Martin
types across
Taylor's
the
had
axle.
enough.
Yep.
Yeah. Is he going to get himself back on?
Geez, that was a very graphic shot there when the car came around, just coming off the ripple strips there, how violent they are at low speed. When you're at high speed, you tend to skip across them, but at low speed, you go over the
they are not nice.
peaks and troughs, that's for sure. Yeah, there is a controlled suspension system for the cars, so in that respect, they've all got the same opportunity, I guess, to do that. The Yokohama A050 medium compound R-spec tyres, and they are a really good racing package. And as I said, the camaraderie in this pit and paddock area for years, for decades now, I think it's 20 years they've been racing, has always been second to none. Very, very friendly group of people, and they go racing. Doesn't look like it right now with these two, the 51 of Leach and Munro fighting it out. Well, for the last spot on the podium, because Rogers has got that 5 seconds hanging over him. That's not going to play into anything now. He'll hold on to second place because he's 11 seconds in front of Leach, who's that car there, car number 51. Two white cars, similarly liveried. In fact, I'm going to change. It's not the Wrigley's livery. I think it's like an AV company, like Ricoh or something like that. That livery is. I'm sure by the end of tonight, once we've been to the pub and had dinner, I'll get a tap on the shoulder and say it is a tribute livery and it's Activision or something like that.
Exactly.
Nice race here. This is good. The race at the front at the moment, 1.3 seconds between Brian Burke and Ash Rogers. We're looking at this battle now between the 51 and the 66 of Leach and Munro. 0.3 of a second between these two. So this is the battle, if you like, the battle pack of this race. 5 minutes left in this journey. So we're going to get 13 or 14 laps out of this one. They've completed 9 laps this time round. Not exactly setting the world on fire with their lap times. In qualifying, Brian Burke and Ash Rogers were a 1:37.4 and a 1:37.6. They're not really anywhere near that. At 1:38.4 is Goose's fastest lap, Ash Rogers in car 50. So that's for the best part of 0.9 of a second slower. And Em, you've hit the nail on the head here today. That UV, the track temp, is really starting to wreak havoc with the lap times.
Well, what we've just missed is that Stevens has just taken Munro there, which in a great little move. Munro went a little bit slippy-slidey, but the battle's on between these two as well. But yeah, the heat, the funny thing about UV, it takes a couple of seconds to affect the rubber on the track, but it takes ages for it to reverse that effect. So what you get is a lack of grip for a long time.
And that's what we're just seeing there in the number 77. You went as wide as you want to go.
Here we go.
Replay here on the 888 home loans. And the 66 had gone off track, regains. There's where the position changed.
And Brett Stevens took full advantage.
And why not? That's what he's been doing. Poised there in the number 17. And they're coming up to complete that lap now. So that was on lap number 10 that happened. Brian Burke and Ash Rogers have completed 10 laps. They've gone across the line now. Out over the ripple strips there for the 17. So Brett Stevens really starting to push hard late in this race.
It's a nice little battle going on between Stevens and Munro. Munro take him into the S's? Not quite.
Oh, that's doing it hard through there. Particularly when both commentators go ooh at turn 1, the number 66 going wide there and has absolutely lost touch with Stevens now. So still a good, what have we got, 2 minutes and 50 seconds left. So still plenty of time to get onto the back of him. But as we've seen, took quite a few laps to get through. Here we go at turn 1, the 888 home loans. Replay, deep under brakes, even deeper out. Gathered it all up, I would say, trying to find a gear there at the moment. Rattling around in the gearbox, picks up a cog and keeps the E30 progressing up the hill.
I like it when we get a bit of drifting in circuit racing, Darren. As long as no one comes to grief, I'm a big fan.
I always feel like going down to the drift paddock when you're at a drift event and going, I reckon I can help you get this to grip up, mate. You just need a little bit more suspension travel. 27 is leading the way here. This is Brian Burke in the Trans Rock landscape outfit. And Brian giving us for all intents and purposes, a bit of a masterclass in E30 racing. We saw Royce Lyon doing it last year. He was a tremendous competitor. Not sure where Royce has ended up with his racing this year, but had done a lot of XL racing. Was good mates with Cadell Ambrose that won that series last year from their karting days. They shared some great success in their karting careers, but Royce obviously here, not this weekend, but he drove a fantastic championship last year and really should be congratulated. This guy always drives hard, brings his A game to the racetrack every single time. So
watching a race like this, Darren, Brian Burke and Ash Rogers are making it look like it's an easy race for them, and they're just making it look easy and effortless. I'm sure it's far from that in the car, but we've got Munro and who's it? Stevens making it look a little bit harder for us.
Interesting thing at the moment, this is the condition, or the human condition, if you like. Brian's had a pretty fierce race with Ash Rogers over, I'm going to say 9.5 laps. He's now got himself clear nearly 4 seconds. This is now the concentration game. This is where any work you put into fitness comes into it. The body starts to get a bit tired, starts to get hot, and the concentration starts to wane. So both these guys will be really starting to dig deep. Couple of big breaths in the while you're going down the straight, under brakes again when you go forward onto the belts and the lungs empty out again. And the West Vic earth-moving car coming around here, car number 50. We've been told last lap for our race leader. There's the gap now. That's visually pretty much half the main straight. We know it's just on 4 seconds. Actually, it's now 5.5 seconds. Shannon Cooper exiting the pits now in car number 90 to come and join the last lap of the race.
Better late than never.
Yeah, I'm not sure. You will get the checkered flag, but I'm not sure 3 laps in a 12, 13 lap race will qualify him as a finisher. But obviously, if there's been an issue with the car, to get out and get another lap.
But it's good for the team to get you back out on track. That's a good effort.
So cars are now on their final lap. And Brian Burke has got to ease down. As I said, that's 2.5 seconds in that last lap. I wonder if Goose has got an issue there. Ash Rogers in car number 50 and P2 on the road. Getting a good look at the 66 of Munro. There's our race leader, car number 27, doing the number and the history in Australian motorsport. Very, very proud, as more often than not Brian Burke does do. He's a super competitive kind of guy when he's on the track. And driven very, very nicely here indeed. Hasn't done the fastest lap. In fact, 0.14 of a second away from Ash Rogers, who did a 1:38.41. And there's the telling stat right there, Emma. On the last lap round, a 1:40.4 for Ash Rogers and a 1:38.5 for Brian Burke. So that's in this last lap and a half or so that Goose has just lost that momentum. For the win, race 1 for the weekend for the garagistic BMW E30 Series. Across the line goes Brian Burke in car number 27. In P2 is Ash Rogers, who's got a 5-second penalty to apply. So let's see how that plays out. I don't see it being any danger to Ash of losing a spot as 3rd and 4th come to the line now. And the gap back is quite large, so not seeing that update 30 at this point in time. So yeah, there's quite a big gap. So Ash will hang on to P2. There it is, and ultimately the gap back is 15 seconds. So no problem there as well. The other one was someone had a 15-second penalty there as well. Anyway, there's our results. It's Brian Burke to Ash Rogers in race number 1, with Simon Leach home ultimately in 3rd place. Brett Stevens, good drive there by Brett. Well done. That's a really good result. And he started out at 5th place, so coming home 1 up the road. Ben Munro, Martin Taylor, Peter Knight, and Shannon Cooper rounding it out, albeit 10 laps down on the race winner. Fantastic stuff there. We've got plenty more racing to come. The Formula Fords will be on track next. They're shod with Yokohamas as well from the Traction Tyre Centre in Rowville. We'll be back more trackside here at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship, brought to you by 888 Home Loans. Welcome back trackside here, and we've had a timing glitch. And just as we come back, the timing comes back. So thanks to the techs that are working away on that. Formula Ford has been the pathway of many, many stars and champions of the past and indeed the future. And this state series has certainly been, I guess, at the forefront of the very beginnings of that that sort of phenomenon happening. And it you look at this series and you go right back to Jack Perkins and Garth Tander that raced in it. Craig Lowndes, yeah, certainly in the RF86 as well, and Steve Richards, all sorts. You know, there's just so many. Glenn Hastings that over the years that have raced on it. We look at the starting grid as the cars come down onto there. Eddie Bezic is on pole to Liam Locano, then it's Jake Bussey, Jamie Rowe, Joe Fawcett. In fact, Joe Fawcett returning to the racing last year as a state series champion. Great to see him back on the grid. Cody Main's ruddy, Fraser High in there as well. Great to see Fraser back. Had a good run at Sandown. Looking forward to seeing how that pans out. Cars poised on the grid there for the rest of the field to join in. Richard Davison there as well. He's leading Class A, the Ken Engine cars. Mark Zellner right alongside him. Can't wait to see how MZ goes. Terrific racer, got third in last year's Ken Engine Series, and always a great bloke. The first bloke you should see when you walk in the door at Revolution Race Gear. He's the apparel man for stars there. He's got a store on the grid. That's never what you want to see. Heading down into turn one, the championship being led by Cody Mains Rusty to Jack Bussey and Daniel Frugas. And they all go screaming through turn number one. And in up 2 and 3 in a feverish hurry. Great look at the side there of the JCB car of Jamie Rowe, Spectrum 15. As they all stream on through the 91 right alongside there. That's McGale SJ15 as well. So pretty much two brands in the main Formula 4 Championship. The Duratec engine cars are McGale, the French car, and the Spectrum, the Mike Paulin designed and built Spectrum out of Paulin Race Developments in Brayside. They do a tremendous job and selling cars to the world in the European, England, and right across North America. They've got some great success in the North American side of things as well. As just watching for this stalled car, we'll see if we can try and pick it up. It's buried mid-pack in the Duratec field there. It's black and orange. That's probably about the only thing that I could pick up. Maybe it was Fraser High. No, Fraser High's sitting there in position. Could have been Fraser High. I'm not prepared to put any money on that. But pick up a number on that car and just looking at the tail end of it. And our timing screens now are just slowly updating. So that will give us an indication as to who's gone back numerous spots. Yeah, it is Fraser High. Right back down through the field, got back underway before Richard Davison and Mark Zellner in the Ken Engine cars came through. Lock up there for the 88, that's evident, and has lost a whole lot of space there. The car 56 there, that's Woods in car number 56 in the Apex Steel entry. Damon Woods in the Spectrum 15 there as well. And we start to pick up some of our main protagonists in the championship. There's car number 11 now, pushing back through the field. That's Fraser High. So had some good pace. Fraser qualified 7th in car number 11, the Spectrum 14, and a 125.92. Half a second off the 125.45 by Eddie Bezic, who is still at the front of the field. Car number 31 leading the way.
Got a bit of work to make up, but he looks determined. His driving style certainly makes it look like he's got his eyes on the prize. It
is a fantastic form of racing, the Formula Fords. They are one of those kind of cars where you can put them anywhere on the track. Not anywhere on the track is ultimately fast, but they do respond. The amazing response, 10 millimetres of steering angle, and you've changed from one side of the track to the other, and they line up into turn 1 and 2. And that's car number 31, Eddie Bezic, who acquitted himself very, very well last year. We've got to keep our eye out for Joe Fawcett in number 23. He didn't do round 1 in the Construct Total Oil Australia Spectrum 15. And we'll just keep an eye. So Joe currently sitting in 5th, but it was Eddie Bezic who he fought very hard for the title.
Fraser High's making his way through the pack, as we said he would. This is great racing. I've never actually been drawn to this form of racing, Darren, but gee, watching how competitive these guys are, it actually, I reckon I could get addicted to watching this.
Yeah, it's the wheel-to-wheel action, and sometimes when they do get racy towards the end of the race, it's the interlocking wheels, and by that I mean the front wheel between a front and rear wheel next to the side pods on these cars, where it does get very racy. Normally we've got the luxury of having Paul Ziddy, who is a very, very experienced racer and campaigner in these cars, to help us with I'm going to say, again, the human condition.
Yep.
But Paul, at his own admission, is not an out-and-out front runner, but just loves to be part of it. He's not one of these under 21-year-old or even some of these under 16-year-olds racing for Formula Ford glory to take the next step. The flow through. Oh, Bussey.
Oh.
And Fawcett now. That's a big push there. The 31, Eddie Bezic, just stays in the lead, but Bussy in the 74 had a crack at it. Here comes the 43 of Locarno. There's Cody Mains-Ruddy. And Cody Mains-Ruddy had a really good round one and leads the championship on 90 points over Jack Bussy. So they're 2 and 3 on the road at the moment. In fact, I'll probably take my eyes off the screen to look at the timing screen, and their positions have probably changed by now. They're changing thick and fast. Up the inside goes the 23, our reigning champion, Joe Fawcett, watching very, very closely to see where Joe takes his racing career. His dad, a Victorian rally champion in his Subaru WRX a number of seasons ago now, but Mark was around for a long, long time in rallying, built his own WRX and won the championship, and is a very, very experienced racer. So you wonder why Joe, such a young bloke, is so mature. He's got his dad in his ear, and he's not one of those aggressive type of dads that's he's yelling over the fence at him. He's quite circumspect. 69 goes through, so Mains-Ruddy now into P2. A nice move there. Very, very mature racing move there by Cody Mains-Ruddy on Jack Bussy. And I've got to say, Jack Bussy just going, yeah, you got me. Opened up the wheel, allowed him through, but he said, nope, I'll have a go at you at the next one, or you might have some pace. So Locarno in there as well, running the number 43, Alan Moffat's number for a very, very long time in his career. Let's hope that carries him forward like Moff. There's Fawcett again in the black car with the red airbox there, the Total Oils airbox. And the field competing brilliantly. 15 minutes left to go. 3 laps, 4 laps now done and dusted with these guys. Back a shot. There's Liam Locarno, I dare say. Sponsorship space fully available on the side of that car. Full white livery. Your name here. And let's see if we can get him some help along the way. Construct down the side of the car of Joe Fawcett. And as you can tell, I'm a bit of a fan. I like the way the Fawcett's go about racing, and Joe was a worthy championship in this hotly contested category last season.
I can see why, Darren. I'm actually sitting here tense. The configuration of these cars makes me so nervous, but I'm so excited to watch the racing, because just like karts, you can see the kart pedigree in these guys and how they race, how they take their lines, how competitive they are, how much they're pushing. But wow, those open wheels and just the thought of something getting locked. Oh, it's just...
Well, we saw it in Formula V's where the tyres rode up over the top of each other. Having a look back down, these are the Ken engine cars. That number 47, pretty sure that's an RF 86. I haven't got the car on my entry list, but certainly looks like it's an RF 80 something that we're looking at there. And then we go back a couple of spots. So that's Wilkinson to the 52 of Coleman. And just watching where Malcolm Coleman, that's a Swift SC95K. And just getting a good look at what these guys are doing in the Ken engine cars to find out where they are running. But it's the 47, just reading here, the Swift, and just trying to pick up the back there. That's the 55 of Tordy. That's not what we wanted to see from the 88 at all. And the 88 parked up there. That's Lachlan Evan. The Fork Logic entry we saw having difficulties on lap 1 has now found the infield. I'm going to say where his park went off at the sweeper. Certainly wouldn't go, I'm not sure he'd get off over there on the old back straight all the way, but certainly a place he could end up understeering off at the sweeper. Here comes the train down the straight now. Eddie Bezic leads the way. Fastest lap is Bussy, now in the number 74. So he is coming on thick and fast. Wow. So Bussy, fastest lap around on lap number 5. So 1 lap ago. Look at him splay out into turn 3. Classic Formula Ford manoeuvre here at Winton Motor Raceway. Try and dive down the inside here. No one made a place, but they all bunched up. Joe Fawcett has now got Frugus. Bailey Collins off the back there. We're not used to seeing Bailey Collins sitting outside the top 5. So that progression, watch for that. Just up the back here, the ICE Intercapital Express transport car. And he wiggles his way through these tricky set of right, switch right back, left, switch right back, right, switch right back again, and flow the car, trying to keep that momentum.
I'm not a professional driver, Darren, but I have driven Winton, and side by side, going through any of these turns, that I'm really impressed. Even for seasoned drivers, it takes a good driver to do that.
Ket engine cars now, the 52 gets the move done and moves up a spot there. So that is Malcolm Coleman in the Swift, gets the job done on the Van Diemen. And we see Adrian Wilkinson go one further back. And I dare say up the road a bit further is Mark Zellner and Richard Davison. Of course, Richard Davison won the championship after all these years, won the Australian Formula 2 championship right back in the 80s. You can catch up with Richard Davison's story on the Race Fuels Grassroots Racing podcast. We had a good chat to him, out over an hour and a half, and sadly we couldn't give his entire career the due focus it needs, because he still continues on, still loves coming to the racetrack. In fact, his family gifted his first ever Formula 4 to him. They found it. Luke Allery did a bolt-on-bolt restoration on the car, and the family recently gifted it back to Richard. And to say he was emotional about it is an understatement.
Oh, I bet.
So both Alex and Will made their way down from their racing careers to come down to, I think it was at Phillip Island, where they unveiled it, and they were there when Dad got his original Formula Ford gifted back to him by the family. So cool stuff there. Getting a good look at our field now. Sorry I can't bring you the accurate times, but on our screen there, the Formula Ford lockdown, it is Bezic, back to Cody Mains, Ruddy, Bussey, and then the 43 of Liam Locano, and Fawcett, Frug, Coleman, Evelinet. The 48 is of Jamie Rowe, and rounding out our 10 is Imogen Radburn. So great to have Imogen back on track. The 36 going
Car
back
36
there.
slowing down, coming into turn 3.
That's Mark Zellner in the Ken engine car. That's a shame. The McGale SJ01A. A lot of history. A lot of history in that car of Mark Zellner's, and he's actually parking it off down at turn 3. That's a shame. Came third in last year's championship. Here we go, back at the front of the field now. This is Eddie Bezic, and he is driving brilliantly here. He is not succumbing to the pressure that is clear and evident behind him as they all come at him. Yeah, we've got one
Car in the middle of the track.
out. Big understeer at the sweeper out there. Big understeer. And cars streaming down to the left-hander. Turn 10. Sweeping around there, Eddie Bezic doing a nice job. There's the gap. Bezic, Mains, Ruddy, Bussey, Locano, Fawcett, Frugas, Collins, Everly, Rowe, Radburn, Imogen Radburn just inside the top 10 there with position 10 in car number 29. Strickland High is making his way back as well. Had that horrible start, and it would be absolutely awful sitting there in your Formula Ford, not going anywhere, and half the field streaming past you before you get moving.
Struggling with the timing here a little bit, but it's nice, tight racing. It's good to see. We've got quite a few little battles going on here. The timing's just come back. Look at that. Look at that. The gaps between 1, 2, and 3. There's nothing in that.
8 minutes left in this race, and at the moment, Eddie Bezic has not put a foot wrong, and it is the 69 of Cody Mains Ruddy. It's his responsibility to either induce a mistake or put a positive passing manoeuvre on here. And I'm going to say at the moment, like it's only a metre or so between them, 0.2 of a second on the timing screen, and it's actually under that now. But there's the power down. Bezic is just getting off the back of the corner so much better than the cars behind him.
Yeah, it's nice and tight racing here. What's it in one of these cars, Darren? What is it like? Are you using the ripple strips at all, or is that really
Try not to,
uncomfortable?
like any open wheelie, try and keep clear of them, particularly here at Winton, because There's a few ripple strips around here where Mick Ronk just put his size 46 boot into some wet cement and made a ripple strip. I think they're all gone now. They're all like these sawtooth, but they really upset these light cars, you know, under 500 kilos with driver and fuel. In fact, I think it's like 460 or something total kilos. So they don't want to be running ripple strips. It's all about trying to flow the car. Nice to say that, Emma. Nice to say flow the car, son. Just flow the car. And then you get in a racing position like this where you've got to block and charge and try and hold off people coming at you. All nice to say that in qualifying, but in a race like this, it's all about, and I reckon Eddie Bezic talking about the E30s looking up to rip the mirror off. These guys sadly can't reach out to the side of the car where you see the orange mirrors and just tilt them away. So they get a tiny little shot. It's only about 10 centimetres by 4 centimetres, the mirror on the side of these cars, and they're an acrylic mirror. So there's kind of like a distorted look in them as well, not like the ones that we used to on the side of your road car or any of the other sort of tin top race cars around. They vibrate and all that. Really, all you can see is a bit of a colour in the mirror.
And you might get a bit of an air pressure vibration on the neck.
Just seen that's Cody Mains Ruddy. Outbraked himself. Goes back to P5. Starting to fall into the clutches now. This could be another spot under brakes. Looks to the inside. No, Mains Ruddy defends it, but he lobs in behind last year's champion in Joe Fawcett, who is now up to P4. And the blue flag's being waved there for this battle pack coming through. And this is in fact our leader. Not sure whether that needed blue flags, but anyway, that's what it is. There's blue flags being waved all over the place around the track at the moment, up at turn 3 as well. They all arrived there nicely, well behaved. It was Cody Mains Ruddy that made his own mistake and outbraked himself down into the right-hander, and they're starting to come through on some of the slower cars. That's great work that the Ken engine cars have just seen the Duratec engine cars coming through there. They've just moved over ever so slightly off the racing line to allow them to come through.
Yeah, the congestion's real across the back there today. Jeez.
Look at this front group. This is awesome.
Yeah.
We've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
7
In fact,
cars.
we've got 7, 8 cars in just under 2 seconds. This is State Series Formula Ford racing at its absolute finest, and starting to come up onto some slower cars as well. So great training for these young racers to come up onto lap cars. I'm sure whatever their category comes next or wherever they aspire to, you're going to have to deal with traffic in motorsport at some point. And sometimes they don't see you coming, and sometimes they do. I would suggest that's Mark Zellner. No, Mark's parked up, I think, parked up on the side of the road over there. See if we can pick up on that number, the Ken engine car that was going through there as well. Nicely out of the way, didn't play into this race at all, disturb it at all. Now they're going to fan out to turn 3. A bad run by Eddie Bezic off turn 2. The 74 around the outside, and the 43 of Liam. Well, Liam's going to get through. No, he's not. Joe Fawcett, he's on a bit of a watching brief at the moment. And Fruger as well. So Mains Ruddy not taking any further part, getting out of the car. That's horrible after running in second for those initial 8 or 9 laps. This is really heating up around here. No pun intended, it definitely is heating up outside.
Darren, I'm just actually nervous watching this. I can't believe how nerve-wracking this is. The wheel-to-wheel action's amazing, especially when I said to you before off air, they're like little potatoes with toothpicks and wheels. If they get crossed, that is all sorts of hell.
They try not to.
I know, but they're going wheel-to-wheel.
That is, yeah, that's the trick of the game.
Nose to tail, wheel-to-wheel, and I'm just sitting here with white knuckles.
Emma, you can see how this has been a training ground for so many stars in international motorsport, have made their way through Formula Ford over many years, and Mark Larkin continues to support, via his great media profile. He continues to say this is still relevant.
I now know when we get 17-year-olds into GT3 cars and I ask them, are you worried to be out there? They're like, no.
Yeah.
Where do you want to be? At the front.
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Come from Formula Ford, I know where I want to be.
Hard knocks.
Bezic now, they all side by side coming around last lap around. 2.5 minutes left to go. They'll know exactly that. We communicated to them, and we have a look at this. There's a white car coming through and gathering it all up, and good skills being shown there. So Eddie Bezic is leading the way, and we've got 2 minutes and 8 seconds, so almost 2 minutes left in this race. Jack Bussey, Lucano, Joey Fawcett, Frugus to Bailey Collins, Everly Rowe, Imogen Radburn up one spot, has gone through on the 147 of Lockie Strickland, getting through nicely there as well. High is also moving up through the field, so disappeared off the back in car number 11. That's Fraser High in the Spectrum, doing a tremendous job, a fight-back job, if you like, at this point in time. And Damon Woods, that rounds out our 10. And we get back down to this, the final corner on this lap. Minute and a half left in this race. Our start line officials there, just keeping a very, very close eye on things. A lot of officials around the track. It's great to have all of our volunteer officials that make up this fantastic motorsport community here in Victoria and indeed Australia. This is a great run at it here. The 47 gets through on the 29, so that is Lockie Strickland, and I would say that's Imogen Radburn.
Yeah. Oh.
And we've got a spinner. Is that Imogen Radburn? Yes, it is.
Yeah, it is.
It is too. She's had a spin and just motoring ever so slowly up the return road. So that's a shame. Imogen had got herself up to 9th in that race and just fell into the clutches around that lap, and that sort of explains it. It's very, very slowly coming to a stop. She's in a safe place as far as staying out of the way, not taking safety car or anything like that, not taking any risks and parking it right on the edge of the track. So that's great. Eddie Bezic leads the way at this point in time. Jack Bussey now coming through. Liam Locano, Joe Fawcett, Frugus and Collins, Everly to Rowe, Imogen Radburn. Let's go outside the 10 now. Strickland in 10, High in 11, Woods. There's the checkered flag, and that brings to the conclusion race number 1 for the weekend. Eddie Bezic gets the race win over the number 74. Ultimately home there in Jack Bussey. Joe Fawcett on the line, gets on the podium and just arrests that from Liam in the number 43. Frugus home in the number 27 in P5. Bailey Collins did a good job, fought for that race and got back up to P6, was down a couple of spots. Everly to Rowe, and there is Frugus, just stopped trackside, looking down at where the gear shifter would be, so hopefully no issues there. Yeah, that's just off heading into turn 3 there, so we may have a quick recovery, and we just look back down through. So ultimately Fraser High getting home there in 10th place. There it is, Emma. There's our finishers.
Wow, what an intro.
Eddie Bezic gets the win to Jack Bussey, Fawcett, Locano, Frugus, Collins, Everly, Rowe, Strickland, Fraser High, fastest lap. And that's a good one to hang your hat on. Jack Bussey, a 126.19. A 126.35 was the next fastest one of Joe Fawcett. So some good pace there by Jack Bussey and getting himself onto a podium. Great result there. We're going to take a quick break now here from the trackside here at Winton Motor Raceway. You're at the 888 Homeloans Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Cars on track next for their first round for the year, so watch out for a bit of mayhem. It'll be improved production. Back in a moment.
I'm here with.
Brett Porter. So this is my car. It's a 2000 Honda Civic. So I'll put a K20 in it. I've just got into the series just because my partner Alexandra's, her father Paul Javots has been running for a while. So I was looking at something to do. So yeah, so it's been fun so far. A few hiccups today, but it's been pretty good.
Tell me about your previous racing career.
I did karts for about 6 years, I think. So nothing too crazy, but it was good fun. And then I've sort of had a break, sort of done the adult things, buy a house and that sort of stuff. So I thought I'll waste some money on racing, I suppose, and have some fun.
Is this your first time racing at Winton?
Yeah, so I've only done a practice day here before, and this is the first time so this is just a practice day, but tomorrow, I suppose, will be my first race, yeah.
So what are you going to take in from today's session of practice into tomorrow's qualifying and race?
Well, I had a bit of a miss-up and went over one of the curbs and put a hole in my sump, so I'm not going to go over the curbs tomorrow. That's probably...
Hope you have a nice racing career at the Vic State Series.
Yeah, it should be fun. Thank you.
Welcome back trackside here, Improved Production. They're on Yokohamas too. So what have we got? We've got BMW E30s, Formula Ford, Improved Production, Porsche 944s, all on Yokohamas, and a great tyre to be racing on. They're going to certainly be exposed if they've got any problems here at Winton this weekend with the heat and, of 25 years of racing with Yokohamas, they never get exposed. So it's always a safe bet. I'm Darren Smith, and I am going to take a little bit of a break here. Steve DeVries will be taking over with Improved Production. Steve, round one for Improved Production.
Yeah, a little bit different this year. We're starting our club championship here at Winton instead of at Sandown, which we've done for the past, as long as I can remember. And a little bit different approach this year. So we'll race at all the circuits once. So from here, we'll be at Phillip Island in June. We'll be at Sandown in August, and then Calder Park in October. And then we'll see you at Island Magic. So that's the 5 rounds that make up the IPRA Club Championship and 4 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing rounds. As I welcome Dave Cox alongside me for the first time in 2024, and we have a look at our grid here, Dave. A couple of returning drivers from the last couple of seasons have sort of had some sporadic approaches that put in some good performances. So James Atkinson did quite well to stay within a second of Jared Tonks there for the pole, but Cade Lehman, who's had missed last year, had a massively great return, successful return this morning in qualifying. He was only 2/10 behind James.
Yes, he certainly was. He had a really good qualifying. We had a few technical issues with the car, but it's okay now. But welcome everyone to the first round of Improved Production for 2024. Wow, where's that time gone, Steve?
It's certainly
it's
gone.
Probably 5 years since we've had, or might be more, might be 6 or 7 years since our first round was at Winton. But here we are back at Winton, and the cars are just going to start to roll out now. But as you said, we had Brett Porter, first round this year in the under 2 litre car.
And 9th outright in qualifying.
9th outright. Yeah.
And the first under 2 litre car in qualifying. Yep. So he's very, very happy with that. Might make for some awkward discussions with his, we're calling it now, future father-in-law Paul Javots.
Larry Merrifield, another newcomer. 10th, second under 2 litre car.
Yes, so a couple of the newcomers to the category starting to really show that they can mix it up with some of the seasoned veterans. And then look at all his way back here, Nick Higgins, another one of the newcomers in under 2s. Good strong showing of under 2 litre cars here this weekend, which is great to see.
Yes, absolutely. And the greatest of them all, the Red Toronto's back.
Absolutely. Gary McKay's out there as well in a field of 29 Improved Production cars there with Peter Fleming bringing up the rear of the field. Now, we are on board here with, is that car number 50? I just can't see it off the top of my head there.
I think it is. It's
Larry Merrifield. There you go. So one of our newcomers is carrying our onboard camera here for Blendline TV this afternoon, which is great to see. Thank you very much for that, Larry Merrifield. He's now heading out of pit lane. You'll see there's the blend line off to the right-hand side. It's got to be careful not to cross that on the exit. It's a very, very easy thing to do, and a few people have been punished for that.
And our last year's round winner had a little bit of a miserable qualifying. He's back in 6th.
Yes, Andrew Butcher.
Andrew Butcher back in 6th. I think they made a slight adjustment to the car this morning and went the wrong way. So they've probably put it back to how it was yesterday because the car was flying yesterday.
Absolutely was. And there's a number of competitors here that are heading up to Bathurst for the 6 hour in a couple of weeks. So they're using this event as a shakedown. And it's a very, very important topic because to celebrate Improved Production's return to the Bathurst Easter Classic, Revolution Race Gear has an offer for all Improved Production members around Australia. So they are offering 10% off of the recommended retail price on all their full range of racewear, equipment and shoes at all of their stores. There are a couple of exclusions in there, such as the Bell HP helmets and the sale and clearance items, which are already discounted. But all you need to do is turn up to your nearest Revolution Race Gear outlet, show your current Improved Production Club membership, and whatever you purchase, they will give you 10% off the total price of your purchase on the full priced items. So great initiative from Revolution Race Gear, who are sponsoring the Bathurst Easter Classic. And on top of that, if you take a photo of you in all of your new gear and equipment, send that through to them and put it on social media, you will go into the draw to win a prize package worth $3,500, which is the latest FIA spec RPM 3X Tech race suit and a choice of 4 different colours and a Bell GT6 helmet. So that's a $3,500 prize, and with all thanks to Revolution Race Gear.
I'll be down to Revolution this week, Steve, because I'm up for a new suit and helmet, because it's probably just about out of date, because I haven't had a run for a couple of years. So it's time I went down and saw Anthony and the boys at Revolution and see what we can win it.
Well, it's very important too, not just from an Improved Production point of view, but from a number of categories as well, because there's been a few changes to the clothing and helmet requirements over the last couple of months with the change of season. Some of the older helmets are not exactly legal anymore. They're out of date, so you've got to change over to the new gear. And a few of those drivers that are coming around the last corner now, I'm sure, have done precisely that. Been down, visited their nearest Revolution Race Gear centre and picked up all the gear they need.
Gary McKay was down there this week and picked up his new Bell helmet. And Andrew Rhodes Anderson is back on the grid for a first time in a long time. And also Andrew Morris in the awesomely graphic car,
yes,
the VH Commodore.
Yeah, so he definitely would have needed a few new bits and pieces, because the last time I remember seeing him, I think it was pre-COVID, Sandown 2019, I think would have been the last time.
Here we are, we're on the start, waiting for the final few cars to pull in at the rear of the grid there.
So with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's and Australia's most awarded Hino dealer, we are just about set here for race 1 of Improved Production. The last car's just getting into position now at the rear of the grid. And
there we go.
Who we got off to the side there? Some of the Pulsars that are joining us from New South Wales this weekend. So not too far away from a start here. 25 minutes is going to test a few of these drivers. These cars, of course, are not set up for endurance. They are set up for some shorter distance racing. There's green flag in pit lane. And we are set. Lights will go on. Great view there. Lights will go out. And away we go for Improved Production in season 2024. Great hole shot from Jared Tops. Dirty side of the road from pole position. Clean set of heels into turn 1. Kay Lehman having a little bit of a late look at the back of James Atkinson in the National Leisure Finance Holden Commodore, but all looks good heading through turn 1 and 2. Here comes Andrew Butcher. He's the one that was the round winner here last year in front of Ian McLennan, and a bit further back in the pack, looks like we might have Jason Fankhauser approaching turn 3. He's a bit slow, and off at turn number 1 is car number 22.
Which is a car from Tasmania that used to be owned by Glenn Boyd last year, and now it's owned by a Tasmanian who's come over. It looks like he might have done a bit of a front splitter issue there, but he's out of the car, and it looks like there might be a bit of debris
on the racetrack, yes. So here goes Gary McKay up through the Gumtree section of the circuit. Been a couple of rounds since we saw Gary out, and then right in his wheel tracks, Larry Merrifield in one of the 3 Honda Civics here this weekend. Actually, I won't be surprised, Dave, if this race is neutralised in the next couple of seconds or so, if they can get that car towed off, but we'll soon find out, as the field's just heading through turn 10 at the moment. There goes your race leader, there goes James Atkinson, and the rest of the field. This will be a very close run thing here if the safety car gets pulled out. So it's double wave yellow. So at this stage they're not throwing the safety car. They're just going to be able to pull that car into the old pit lane complex, and we will be safe. So
how good does Andrew Butcher's new livery look on that BMW? How smart does that look, Steve?
Very, very smart looking livery. And that's a cause that he's been proud to support over the last several seasons, because it's something that's very close to his heart and is something that he has to deal with every day within the family. So good to see him continuing that Epilepsy Foundation sponsorship. Double waved yellows here at turn 1 and 2, so everybody's on their best behaviour. Up and over the hill now into turn 3. They'll get the green flag heading down the hill into turn 3, so racing can resume again. Here goes Larry Merrifield down the inside of Peter Dixon. No, not quite.
thinks better of it and pulls back out, but then he has another little go, and he's probably going to get him up the inside to turn 4. No, pulls back in behind as well.
We'll have a look at this. The 3 Civics are all in a row here. Merrifield has got the jump on Brett Porter at the start here. So the more seasoned veteran who's done everything. He's been in HQ Holdens, he's been in Hyundai Excels all the way up until last year. Now has stepped into a Civic in improved production, and the veteran has definitely shown his wares at the start here over Brett Porter, who's in his very first improved production hit out. Now, it would have been 4 Honda Civics, but unfortunately Steve Zorkas has had to take the Civic home this afternoon with an electric water pump failure, so they'll try and get that turned around. He's one of the many cars that are heading up to Bathurst in 2 weeks' time. Well, we were going to dub it Formula Civic, was what exactly was under 2 litre was going to be this year, because there were so many of them, but at least Pete McLean, who's our under 2 litre champion, has got some people to play with this year.
Yeah, it's good to see Anton Bergman back in the BMW after a few years away as well, and he's trying to give Andrew Rhodes-Anderson a real hurry up as they head up the back straight. But the big Chev will just drag away from the poor little BMW, who will sneak up under brakes.
He certainly will. Now, Anton actually had, I think, a loose exhaust in qualifying as well. I heard him going down the front straight with a little ting, ting, ting happening underneath car number 66. So hopefully he's tidied that up in between qualifying and race number 1. There's your under 2 litre champ going through in Peter McLean, and then behind him was Callum Jensen. So now we're not expecting them to sort of really feature too heavily with the Civics at this point in time. Pete's actually got a stock engine in there, and Callum's sort of not quite on the pace of what the 3 EG Civics are at the moment. Here we go, down into turn number 3, another one of the newcomers this year. This is an ex-Lee Holdsworth Commodore Cup car in the hands of another former XL racer in Brendan Avard. Car 333 with the Sub-Zero refrigeration services on the side. He had a fairly decent qualifying, the back end of the top 10, early part of the next group of cars. He's tucked in here behind someone that was a newcomer last year in Scott McLean, who's had a car number change in the off-season and now runs car number 778. Very smartly down the inside, Brendan Avard. Nice pass.
Yeah, yesterday he had a little bit of an oil leak with the power steering, so they had to run into town and find some new O-rings, as the ones they had weren't quite the right size. So back out, good to see that Scott's turning around and having a real good go today.
That's exactly right. That was formerly the M Positive Money Commodore last year. There's some different sponsorship on the car this year. Now out in front, James Atkinson has just started to erase a little bit of the margin to Jared Tonks. So the 2 different variants of Commodore going out here. Now there's a board being held out there, I noticed as well. So that's a 15-second time penalty, it looks like, for car number 32, I think I just saw flashing up on the bottom, which is Jason Fankhauser, or it's the black flag. But and also a 5-second penalty for Cade Lehman. So it's just flashed up on our screen as well. Now, usually that'll be for a jump start.
Yes, normally.
So margin out in front's now down to less than a second. Now, I was talking to both James and to Jared Tonks as Paul Javots, former under 2 litre club champion, brings his number 45 Civic to the lane. That looks quite slow there, actually, Dave.
So it looks very slow. Hope he can get it into the lane and doesn't get stranded there, but it doesn't look all that speedy at all.
No, it definitely doesn't. Just back to the one out in front as well, I was talking to both Jared Tonks and to James Atkinson about what they feel that things are going to happen in this 25-minute race, because it is quite long for improved production, and a lot of the heavier cars, such as the Commodores, the ones we're looking at here, Cade Lehman and Danny Timewell, probably going to suffer from it as well. The big heavier cars, they need to be able to set them up and manage their tyres over the full length of this 25-minute race. Now, of course, it's from they leave the dummy grid, so knock a couple of minutes off that. 20 minutes is still a decent amount of time in the heat to be running around and improved production. So down here at turn number 10, Andrew Rhodes-Anderson's had a really awkward spin there, but actually thought quite good of it there, not to jam on the brake, just control the car and get out of the way of the cars that were coming past him. Now there's a slow car I just noticed there off of turn number 10. Brett Porter has gone through. Was that Larry Merrifield? I think he might have had a moment at turn 10 as well.
There we go, might see a replay here.
Yeah, Brett Porter's just ahead, so Porter's gone through, so he'll lead the under 2 litre class here. I think either Merrifield may have missed a gear, or he may have had a bit of a moment off of turn 10 because he was very slow on corner exit. Seems to be up to speed now, though.
So we're now following Peter Dixon down into turn 3. He seems to have a little bit of space between him and Gary McKay, who's coming behind him. He's just got away from him, and Gary's now got the under 2 litre car trying to bear down at the back of him.
Yes, Peter Dixon through turn number 3 and 4. Now on to turn 5.
Yep. And it looks like the Honda had a very good go through turn 4.
Speak of under 2 litre cars, there goes the number 31 Peugeot 306 of Callum Jensen. And he has come to a stop. He's actually on the front straightaway on the approach to turn 1. And then you've got Scott McLean. He's going for a tour through the very, very dry outfield here at Winton at turn 3 and 4.
It
So
looks like he may have just run off into the dirt because he's looking like he's trying to get the thing back on the track.
he's looking for a gap, actually. So there go a couple of the Pulsars. They're chasing Wayne Decker, and then he's just going to probably try and slot back onto the circuit. Back to the lead. And there's some lap traffic going to come into play here. This is one of the Hyundai Excels that they're approaching. I think it's Peter Fleming.
I think you could be right there.
Yep, there he is.
And
he's
he's
had a big spin as well,
spin.
and off the circuit. So has he hit the wall?
Oh,
Or has he stopped short?
So.
Actually, he's on its lid. He's on his lid. So he has hit the wall, or he's had a roll.
He's had a roll.
Car number 122 is Peter Fleming. Now, if that doesn't stop this race and put a neutraliser on it, I don't know what will. But
Safety car's been called.
safety bar is called. There you go. You can see the lights flashing on the tower. Safety car has been called. That was very, very awkward. He came through turn 1 and 2. He knew that the cars were behind him, had plenty of time to clear them before the front straight. Didn't quite see the tail end of that. All we saw from the commentary box was he was backwards at a vast rate of knots with the dust billowing everywhere. And
Looked like to me that he got sideways in the dirt and it's grabbed him and rolled him over.
So sadly, the second rollover that we have seen today, including the Formula V incident a little bit earlier with Brock Hamilton, who thankfully we've got some word is a little shaken up, but he is physically okay, and is just a bit dirty with himself about what happened. So we hope the same here for Peter Fleming, who is now being attended to by the ambulance services, and the recovery crew is just waiting for a break in the queue of cars going around turn 1 and 2 before they can head over to the scene of the accident.
They're there.
They are there now. Yep. So they have made it now and going over to Peter Fleming. There you go. So he's out of the car. That's a good sign. Very, very good to see. The tin top cars, unlike their open wheel counterparts, are a little bit easier to extract from. They have a bit more metal to be able to do that. And roll cage protects the driver all the way up and over the top, but they will take him back to the medical centre, as is procedure, and they'll right that car and take it off the circuit. Puts a dampener on this one, Dave, because James Atkinson, I was just starting to think, was starting to get the upper hand on Jared Tonksy. He was just starting to just erode the margin and close it down, and that's just put a stop on that.
Yeah, it looks like Scott McLean's actually come in to the pits, and he's going to retire as well. So that's a real shame.
That is a shame.
Will be nice and working on that one this afternoon, no doubt.
I think there's going to be plenty of drivers working on some cars here. As you can see now, we're getting some confirmation of the penalties that have been issued. So the 5-second penalty we called a bit earlier for Cade Lehman is definitely for a start line infringement. Now, importantly for Cade, when you're under safety car condition, the longer the safety car goes on, the less time you have to raise that 5-second margin. And he had Danny Timel pretty much in his wheel track, so he was only going to lose the one spot. But in a compressed field, it can become magnified if you can't get rid of that. And
Cade does have a small gremlin with the car at the moment, so we're not sure how long it'll actually last in the 25 minutes.
Yeah, the battery.
Yeah, it's running a total loss system this afternoon, so we're just trying to see how it's going to go. And driving around at 60 k's an hour or 80 k's an hour is probably not going to be that great.
So here we go. Yeah, we're just listening to the onboard for Larry Merrifield, and actually he's yelling about something in that car at the moment. So we're not quite sure who he's talking to. Some of the drivers do have some pit-to-car radios, so maybe he's talking to one of the crew members on the radio down there about something that's going on with the car that he's trying to manage. But we could actually hear that there was a little bit of voice comms there as they're just trundling down the front straight. Now, let's just recap the order as it sits right now while we wait for the recovery here, as actually just having a look to see whether or not the safety car has actually picked up the correct car in the queue. Who have they got at the front of the queue? They've got Gary McKay, and then Merrifield. They've actually have picked up the wrong car in the queue. So this is rather interesting. As you look on your screen there, you can see that Gary McKay is 9th and Larry Merrifield 10th. And where's the leading group of cars? They're coming around. I think they're on the back of the train. So they're going to have to sort that out before they go back to green flag racing. So they've unfortunately missed picking up the race leader, probably by a handful of seconds, I'd imagine, because of course the race leaders were coming through on the lap traffic when it had the accident, and by the time they put the safety car out, probably just misjudged picking up the wrong car. They'll need to find an opportunity to sort that out. But we will recap the order as it sits right now. So the front two that were on the front row of the grid, in fact the front 5 cars, Tonks, Atkinson, Lehman, Timewell and DeFarness, all where they started. Ian McLennan has jumped Andrew Butcher, so he's up to 6th place, Butcher down to 7th. And Peter Dixon and Gary McKay 8th and 9th. And then the first of the under 2 litre cars comes, which is Larry Merrifield, who has managed to find his way back in front of Brett Porter before that safety car came out. Then Anton Bergman in the BMW, Brendan Avard in the 333 Commodore. Then behind them, Andrew Rhodes Anderson, Peter McLean, who's in the Subaru BRZ. And then Nick Higgins has made his way up to 16th. He started 21st, so that's a good run for Nick. Wayne Decker in the Audi, and then a couple of the Polesars, Garrett and Moore behind them. Then you got Andrew Morris in the Commodore, Andre Noy in the Falcon, and then Callum Jensen, Peter Fleming, Scott McLean, Paul Javots, Jason Fankhauser. They've all unfortunately retired or come to a stop on the circuit. So too has Martin in the number 22 car. And I didn't think we saw Bruce Henley take the start.
No, I don't think we did, Steve. I don't recall hearing an RX-8 scream past.
No, so I don't think he took the start there. There goes Andre Noy in the Falcon up at turn number 9. Big thank you to all the officials and the recovery crews and the volunteers this weekend. They have had their work cut out for them this afternoon, unfortunately, but they do a professional job as always. They're there, they're here supporting us, they're here supporting all the drivers, making sure we can go racing. We wouldn't be able to do it without them.
So they've waved Gary through.
And we're now seeing that just on our timing screens, it looks like they have waved through all the other cars safely on the backside of the circuit. So the leader has now been officially picked up by the safety car. They're down at turn number 10, and the rest of the field is making their way slowly past the scene of the accident, and then they're going to have to catch up to the back of the train as well. So there's some 20 cars that they're going to have to let through, and that probably means we're going to be under safety car for probably at least another lap before they pick up Peter Fleming's XL. It's on the truck now, and we're hopefully going to be going back to racing fairly shortly. But we have only got just under 6 minutes remaining, so not a hell of a lot of time left for racing. So we're going to have a look at the replay here on board from Larry Merrifield from the race start. So this is something we haven't done before here on Blendline TV. So we'll load that up and we'll show you from a race start. So he had did he have a vacant grid spot next door to him by the looks of things? Can't see another car off to the left, but Brett Porter was directed behind him. Have a look at that for a start. Great reaction time, straight through on Peter Dixon on the gear change. There goes Gary McKay. He had a ripper launch from a couple of rows behind Larry Merrifield. Lock break up there for Ian McLennan. And that's an interesting perspective on things, isn't it, Dave? We don't often get to see what a driver goes through at the start here. That's a really good illustration of just the sorts of skills you need to have at a start, because if you've got a slow car in front of you, you need to have that reaction time, especially at a narrow track like Winton, to get around. Oh, that's a bit tight.
Nice driving there. They both gave each other just enough room. And,
just enough.
It's just all you have to give. Just enough. A great start by Larry. That was a really great start. It looked like Peter must have bogged it down a bit, and he's just gone, well, I'm going to go flying around the outside. Happy days for me.
And it actually would have been Brett Porter on the left-hand side of Larry Merrifield, who was out of shot. So that's where Larry gained the upper hand at the start. Just got the timing on the boost, and the RPM's exactly right. Dropped the clutch at the right moment. Had a great reaction time. And look up here. Look at this car dance. This is what the under 2 litres thrive at here at Winton. Change of direction, low to medium speed corners, able to throw it in there, and then you just see the Tirana just disappears. The strong power there, and then the V8 power of Peter Dixon. You know, big power difference there. Just illustrates. Watch here. This is exactly the same thing again. Peter just puts the power down, and there she goes.
goes flying along, and probably try and stick it up the inside of Gary, but you'll be very surprised how well that Tirana does brake. I don't think people will be able to get past him under brakes.
No, quite a light car, the Tirana nowadays, compared to its the heavier counterpart, the Monaro there. And that was a
fair amount of horsepower.
And that was a lap of Winton Motor Raceway from the start. Great shots provided to us by Blendline TV.
And as they're still...
So here we go, a bit more of the onboard footage here. And Larry was thinking about the move down at turn number 3. Couldn't quite make that happen.
It looks like the lights are out on the safety car, Steve, so it looks like we get a restart this lap. And we've got approximately
3 minutes.
3 minutes to go, so it's probably 2 plus probably 3 laps to go.
Yeah, 2 to 3 laps, I'd say, is probably going to be the duration here. So this will be an interesting restart. So how have both Jared Tonks and James Atkinson been able to preserve their rubber in that safety car period? I mean, they would have gone out a little bit hard. And even Jared was saying to me, if he could get out and build a gap, he could manage from there. But even if he did that, that gap is now gone. And he goes early. He goes quite early off the final corner. So trying to catch Atkinson napping, but he's having none of it. Good restart from the top 3. Danny Timewell's a little bit asleep at the restart there, and he's coming under some pressure from Mark DeFarnis, who just sends it at turn number 1. Gets through very, very smartly. Ian McLennan wants a piece of that action. I think Danny might have missed a gear on the exit of turn 2.
He certainly must have, because Macca's gone through, and then Larry's gone up the inside of Gary as well, but Macca's dropped the wheel off there, and a bit of dust come up, but they've all managed to get through turn 1 and turn 2 nice and safely.
Certainly have. Cade Lehman's managed to get his way through. I can just see it on the front of the shot there as they're going around the sweeper. He's managed to get clear of James Atkinson, so that's a move for position. Has Cade got anything to throw at Jared Tonks over the next little bit of the race? Big defensive anchors from Ian McLennan on the time well spent, number 11 of Danny Timewell at turn number 7. And now it's a one-line groove up here, round the gum tree at turn 8. Macca's car just understeers a little bit wide at 8. That puts him on the wrong line for turn number 9, and he's off the circuit, and that's what it does to you. If you ask too much of the car and the tyres are not the right pressure, that's what happens. There goes Peter Dixon as well. So that's 3 spots for Ian McLennan. So have a look here, back of the shot. So this is where the change happened. That was Atkinson dropping the 2 wheels off the outside of the circuit on the exit at 2. That's what allowed Lehman to get past, but it's not over and done with yet. Lehman's a bit tail happy out at turn 11. And Atkinson will get that position back. Look at the rears, he's sliding it through turn 12.
It's got a little bit out of position there, Cade, and then out in the gravel, and that's where you go. He's backwards real quick.
He certainly does. A little bit of dust still just lingering on the infield there. A few drivers kicking up some dust on the exit of turn 10. There go the top 3. There's Danny Timewell. So where's Mark DeFarnis gone? He's gone back to P7 after all of that. So after that brilliant dive at turn 1 at the resumption, he's gone backwards.
As we see Andrew Butcher's got Mark DeFarnis, and Ian's made a nice little recovery there, and he's on the back of DeFarnis now. As now we watch Gary McKay getting Larry Merrifield all over the back of him.
He's being mugged here by the 2 under 2 litre cars. Brett Porter's not given up hope here of getting a class win here in under 2 litre. But a bit further up the field, here is Andrew Butcher. He's harassing the back of Peter Dixon's number 21 Monaro.
And it's the widest Monaro you'll ever see.
It certainly will be.
Okay, we've just been notified that last lap is the current lap.
Yep, so current lap is the last lap. That will make for an 11-lap race, so not too far off what most of the other categories have been expecting. But Andrew Butcher, if he's going to send it, he'd probably need to send it at one of the next 2 corners. He's a bit too far back. He's got to defend, though. So, unfortunately for James Atkinson, he's just run out of a little bit of time. He's probably a lap short of what he wanted to be, or is he? No. Oh, I thought for a minute Tonks might have done what Cade Lemon did and gone a bit sideways there at turn 11, but Tonks will hold on, but not by much. So if it had been another lap, could have been a different story. But Tonks gets home for the first improved production race win of 2024, ahead of James Atkinson by 3.5 tenths. And then Cade Lehman got a little bit sideways at the end there, coming home in 3rd. Back to 11, so the car number 11 in position number 4, Danny Timewell. He managed to get the best of a couple of drivers in that one. And then Peter Dixon found his way through to 5th, ahead of Mark DeFarnis and Andrew Butcher. with Ian McLennan dropping several positions in the on the second last lap there. He came home in 8th.
And then we've got Gary McKay in 9th, Porter in 10th, and Anton Bergman managed to get out there. He's in 11th. And then we've got the Larry Merrifield. And then we've got the
Brendan
Abbott, and also Andrew Rhodes Anderson.
Yep, so Andrew Rhodes Anderson home for 14th, and then Peter McLean in 15th. So good showing from Pete, despite the fact that the BRZ just has a stock engine underneath at the moment, a last-minute change and a decision to get him out for this weekend, and hopefully not too far away from getting the proper race motor back in the BRZ from Wandon Engineering.
Nick Higgins, Wayne Decker, and then we've got the first of the XLs. That's Chris Bodal.
Yes, correct.
And then we have, who have we got next? Steve?
So Chris Bodal, Andrew Morris behind him, and then the last two finishers were, sorry, the last finisher was Andre Noy in 22nd. So let's have a look at Larry Merrifield here, the onboard from his last lap. So it's down at turn number 10. So he's chasing Gary McKay, and again, had a slow exit. There goes Brett Porter. You'll see Anton Bergman there. He goes. There goes Avard. Looks like that may have been what he was complaining about on the radio that we heard a bit earlier on in the race, that some throttle dramas on board the Civic, and then Avard just ahead of him. So did he go wide here at the last corner? What happened to Brendan Avard? So now the throttle picks up perfectly fine. And has he out-dragged the big Commodore to the line? Oh, that was fairly close. I'm not sure, was that the, no, that was the last lap, I think.
Yes.
So got him by a nose at the end there.
That was a really good race, and let's hope that Peter Fleming.
All right, so big thank you to all our sponsors for improved production this year. Of course, Prestige Hino, along with Pro Cut Tree Services. Real Creative, it's good to have them back for another year, albeit under a different name this year. So that was great to have them back. They're a continuing sponsor, but just have had a name change. Reach Rock Art, and of course, Yokohama Motorsport and Traction Tyres. Good to have them on board as well. We'll have a short break here. We've got a couple more categories left to round out the first day of racing here at Winton Motor Raceway. Still got Circuit XLs to come, still got Sports Sedans to come, but right after this, it is going to be the Porsche 944s, another Yokohama shod category, and we'll have them out on circuit for a 25-minute race coming up in just a few moments.
Welcome back, trackside here at round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, brought to you proudly by 888 Home Loans. And I'm going to say, in recent times, in the last few decades, there's not a better time to go and give your home loan a really good health check. Give 888 Home Loans a call, get in touch with them, have a chat, and then give them your business. Tell them you saw them at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship. Porsche 944s on track next. They're being presented this weekend by Don Watson Transport. Another very big welcome to Don Watson Transport. Great to have Don Watson Transport. I drove past their awesome state-of-the-art distribution facility in Swan Drive, Derrimut, or Lavender North, whatever it is out there the other day. And I tell you what, if you want to trust your freight to a company that certainly looks the part and acts the part, Don Watson Transport are your people. I'm Darren Smith, and right alongside me is the ever-present, effervescent champion.
Wow.
Jack Atley. Welcome, Jack. Welcome to Winton.
Kind words. Darren Smith.
It's all about to fall apart, though. But
yeah, exactly.
Start off kind.
Good afternoon, everyone, wherever you are watching all around the world, I should say. And great to be at Winton here on a stunning afternoon. Beautiful high country of Victoria, Australia. So very much looking forward to round 2 as we get this one underway. Just quickly running through the grid. Very, very tight in qualifying this morning. Jamie Westaway took out the pole position ahead of El Presidente. Mark Torbitz, who's running the Pipecraft car. Fantastic run from them. Cam Bella, the 4-time champion, comes out of position 3. And Adam Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, will come out of position 4. Heading just ahead of Chris Lewis-Williams and Mark Verdino, just ahead of those two guys there. Mark Verdino and Chris Lewis-Williams, I should revise that one, out of 5 and 6. Less than a second covers the top 6 drivers in qualifying, so very, very tight racing, as is always the case in Porsche 944 racing. Michael Westaway, Lyndon Watson, as Daz mentioned there, the category and round is sponsored by Don Watson Transport, and we thank them very much today. So Lyndon's there coming out of that row. Tony Westaway, the number 50, very experienced campaigner, Tony Westaway. He's alongside Josh Brisbane in the beautiful green machine, the number 56. Look out for Josh. Great to see him back at Winton. He loves this track. Manny Mezzaselma, ex-Michelin Sprint Challenge driver, so really experienced campaigner there, Manny. And he is coming out of 11. Looking forward to a hit out before the Bathurst 6 hour. Jared Campione is missing, unfortunately, at the moment, so he was in that row initially. King Richard Howe comes out next to Manny Mezzaselma, Andrew Goldman, Johnny Venoris. Andrew Goldman is fairly new to the category, I should mention, so he'll be one to watch. Johnny Venoris, Jimmy Mitchell, and Nick Carpenter. We welcome him to the grid for his first race in the category, and we certainly wish Nick all the very best as he embarks on his career.
Look like we're set for a start here, and this is going to be very, very interesting to see how Jamie Westaway can charge away here. This is a stacked field, you'd have to say, Jack, and getting away absolutely smartly with Mark Torbitz, and he looks like to lead the field. No, yes, maybe. No, it's not going to be.
Very tight.
Very, very tight through turns 1. Cambella goes out over the back of there. There's Dick Howe, the experienced campaigner. In fact, we're just talking about it off air. As you start to come through the field and gather your pace in 944s, you've always got to come across the brick wall of Dickie Howe, don't you, and work out how to get past the wily veteran of Victorian motorsport.
King Richard, absolutely. Richard Howe in the number 8. MPC sponsored car there, so yeah, he's a very experienced campaigner, very experienced driver, and he knows this track very, very well. Getting back to the front of the field here, there's the bright green car of Cambella already coming under some pressure from the 4-time champion, Chris Lewis-Williams, or as we call him, the Baron of Benalla. So he's a local guy, knows the track very, very well, and takes that position over Cambella.
Oh, Bella slows dramatically.
That's a real shame for the 4-time champion. He's definitely going slow out the back of the circuit there, the number 55.
That is a moment for the championship right there. He's got it going. No, has he? No, he hasn't. He's looking all sorts of at sea there. That is a championship moment right there, Jack Atley. That changes things dramatically, doesn't it, already?
That is an absolutely massive moment for the championship, potentially. Unfortunately, you know, it's such close racing that if you are to DNF or not finish a race, it can really affect your championship. And Cam Bella, as we all know, is a 4-time champion, so he's one of the front runners in this category, and it looks like he's already had some issues. Maybe the heat's come into it, because it is a pretty warm day here today, but we'll find out what's happened there with Cam Bella.
Interestingly enough, he's already behind the 8 ball, because Jamie Westaway took the 100 points from round 1. Chris Lewis-Williams took 84, and he only took 78. He's only going to disappear out the back door if he doesn't get this race or this weekend rescued for the rest of the year. Mark Torberts, though, how good's this? Fantastic to see the 66, the Pipecraft car. Not his car. It's a loaner, a renter. Renters go faster, though, don't they?
They do indeed. And a big shout out to Tim Wolfe, who's over in Western Australia, who normally campaigns that Pipecraft car there. But El Presidente, Mark Torberts, really having a great run. He got second in qualifying this morning, so he's had a good run. And there is the stricken car of Cam Bella, and I can tell you, some of the Bella staff, they're already working on the underside rear of that car. Now, one quick fact, by the way, about Cameron Bella, he has not been beaten at this circuit since 2019. So that's
some record, isn't it?
Yeah, so it's a real shame to see Cam Bella pulling off at this early
testament to the man too, the way he goes about it. Really is a great bloke and a very, very strong racer. So Westaway is leading the way. Champion as well. So what a field this year, Jack. We've got 3 ex-champions vying for the championship. We've got I'm going to say it, I've been saying it for a while, I'll probably have to ease off on the guy. Adam Brewer, a champion in the rise.
Absolutely.
Car number 3. I've been accused of barracking for him during the commentary. Yeah, okay, I do. I'll put my hand up. Yeah, I think he deserves a break. He does a terrific job, although he's been holidaying a fair bit in recent times as well. Getting his head right. That's what it's about.
That's what he's doing. He's settling the nerves. No, you're right. Adam Brewer, very accomplished race car driver, and he's really, really pushing on the door for a championship, you know, campaign, really. But he's up against, as you mentioned there, Daz, some pretty tough characters. You've got Jamie Westaway, who's leading this race in the gold car, came out and has won championships before. El Presidente, Mark Torberts, sitting right behind him in the yellow Pipecraft car. But look at this, you've got the 4-time champion, Chris Lewis-Williams, and there's the number 3 of Adam Brewer, the Black Widow Spider, as we call him, just sitting right on the bumper there of Chris Lewis-Williams. And Mark Verdino is also creeping up to the top 4 or 5 guys. Mark Verdino is a race winner in this category. Had an incident at Sandown at round 1 where he clipped the wall, and that really did some damage to his, his championship season. As I said, it's such close racing that if you have a DNF, you can drop behind the points, but there's no give and no take in this category.
So here we look at Chris Lewis-Williams in the Tyre Power Benalla car being pursued by Ads Brewer. And he wants to get through here, but there's no way the number 37 is going to capitulate here. The new livery, the championship celebration livery there on Chris's car, looks at $1 million on track. There's the Don Watson transport car of Lyndon Watson just in the background there. We'll get a good look at that car this time round. Cross the line, he goes there. And they all start to flow through there. There's another Westaway in the mix here. Interesting thing is that at the moment, Mark Torberts is the fastest car on track. Oh, Cam Bella's back out now, the 55, so he's circulating. This is 4P3, 4 and 5 on the road. It's Torberts just up in front in that yellow car we're just getting a look at. Fastest car on track, and I've got to say, Mark's been doing this for some time. I'm not sure he's ever had the fastest lap of a race on his stat sheet.
Exactly right. He's really doing fantastically well this weekend. He's getting used to that car as Ads Brewer really tries to have a nudge under the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams there.
There's a sticker on the side of Ads Brewer's car. I think he needs to adhere to the advice that says never lift.
That is his motto, without a doubt.
Never lift.
If you walk around the pits, he's always saying, right, I'm never going to lift. Well, he's not lifting at the moment. And that is definitely the Black Widow Spider's motto there about never lifting. Getting back to Mark Torberts, a fantastic run. Building up a car at the moment, so we expect a new car coming out of the Torberts stable pretty quickly, probably in the next round, perhaps the one after that as well. But as we said, at the moment, he's campaigning a car which was formerly run by Tim Wolfe, who is currently running in the Michelin Sprint Challenge in the GT3 Cup car. the West Australian driver, so he'll be happy that his car is running right up the front, and in fact it's running right with Jamie Westaway, who is a multiple champion and certainly knows this track very, very well, and coming off 3 wins from round 1 over Sedans. So there's Cam Bella. Great to see Cam out again circulating. He's literally just trying to bank some points because he doesn't want to let these top guys, Lewis Williams, Brewer, Ferdino, he does not want to let these guys get away in the championship. He knows he's got to bank the points.
Really good to see at the moment that Mark Torbitz is going right with Jamie Westaway in this one. This is the group just inside the top 10. Richard Howe leading this bunch. Manny Menezelma, then Josh Brisbane there. Really, really nice turned out cars there. That one of Manny Menezelma, that livery, they really present that car beautifully. And the lime green car there, the 56 of Josh Brisbane, always look fantastic. There's the interval that we're seeing between these two out there at the moment.
Yeah, it's very, very tight racing, and Manny, of course, is really using this as a warm-up, I guess you would say, for the Bathurst 6 hour. You can see him diving under King Richard Howe, literally, as Darren Smith mentioned not long ago, will shut the door on you every time. Do not get around the wall. That is King Richard.
That's exactly right. He's just happy to give a lesson to anyone that wants to learn something, that's for sure.
Yes, he does.
Richard Howe, been around a long time, was a big-time racer on the Thunderdome in Oscar, had a long career at the Thunderdome. That place shut, he found another happy home to go racing in flat track, and has been around with the Porsche 944s, I'm going to say right up until when Dennis O'Keefe signed off on running the championship all those years ago.
Yeah, he is amazing, Richard Howe, you've got to say. He's been around the game a long, long time and still running great pace and still running up the front, and it's awesome to see him doing so very, very well. Just quickly getting back to the front guys as well. I will quickly mention, though, just finishing off, and we're looking at Adam Brewer there, the number 3 on screen. Now, he is going to be sharing a car with Manny Menezelma and Cam Bella at the Bathurst 6 hour coming up in a couple of weeks. So you'll find that with a few of the guys. In fact, Jamie Westaway, Mark Torbitz and Andrew Jackman, who we are missing this weekend, unfortunately. But, of course, Jackman and Carter Fox and the guys are over in Adelaide at the moment. We've got Keith over there, Keith Marin is over there as well. So there's 3 of the guys over representing the category in the Adelaide Motorsport Festival, and we thank those guys and send a big shout out to them for representing the brand. They're usually running here, but yeah, you'll find a combination of these drivers really, you know, getting the experience, getting a really good hit out before attacking the mountain in a couple of weeks' time.
Certainly good to get a run here at any given time. Really accessible track there. Again, Michael Westaway there now as he swoops around the S's. Car number 50 and continues on. Sorry, that's Tony Westaway, isn't it? Tony Westaway in the number 50.
Tony Westaway, that's correct. Yeah, Jamie's father there running around in the number 50, the black, yellow and white car, which is very synonymous with the Westaway family. They've run that for years. Just in a quick replay of getting some action here. So you'll see there that Westaway has just snuck under Andrew Goldman, who, again, we welcome to the category. Great move under brakes, but a pretty standard manoeuvre here at Winton. You'll find the cars will get some great speed as they come up over the crest. They'll come over the rise there. We're looking at Lyndon Watson there and Westaway as they come up over the rise, hard on the brakes, but you can duck underneath the car in front of you as you throw it back into turn 3 here at Winton. So
Lyndon Watson started out of 8th up to 6th now in the Don Watson Transport Porsche. Doing a nice job there, representing well. Returning to the category after a couple of seasons off, Manny Menezelma. Ooh, he almost tripped himself up there, didn't he, under brakes? Had a late turn in. Richard Howe just up the road a little bit there. And this is this gap again that we're looking at between Manny and Josh Brisbane. Oh, the 56 slowing.
Oh, yeah. And
he heads off the pit, off the track as well. Not into the pits, but into a pit.
Yeah.
Off the edge of the track there.
Again, a massive shame for Joshy Brisbane here, returning to the category after missing the Sandown event. Beautifully turned out car. As I've said before, if you ever get a chance to have a good look at that car, it is one of the best looking cars on the grid. Normally, unfortunately, he's had an issue. It is a fairly warm day here today at Winton, so maybe temps are starting to rise on all these cars. And also, it's a long race, so you've got to be aware of your tyre factor normally at the best of times, let alone a 25-minute race. So
let's have a look at these gaps now. Jamie Westaway, 0.7 a second back to Mark Torberts, 3.6 seconds back to Chris Lewis-Williams. Chris Lewis-Williams has not got a stranglehold on P3 by any stretch of the imagination. In fact, the Tyre Power Vanilla car has got Ads Brewer all over the back of him, 0.3 of a second behind. In fact, it's almost immeasurable now, isn't it? It's about 3 metres. And at whatever kilometres an hour, that's under 3 seconds, that's for sure. So Lewis-Williams is slowly watching Ads Brewer just get better and better and better at this and really applying the pressure, because at the moment, Lewis-Williams is not closing the gap back to Mark Torberts in position number 3. In fact, if anyone's closing a gap, it's Torberts on Jamie Westaway at this moment. There it is, Lewis-Williams to Brewer, 0.35 of a second. That's what we're watching there. The 37 and the 3. The reigning champion has chosen not to run the number 1 on his car, sticking with his number 37, which is often the way with people when they have a favourite number. But Ads Brewer, he's just on the edge, isn't he? It's like it's on a bubble. He's poised on a bubble. You don't want it to burst, but you want to ride it to the very end.
He is right on the edge, and he's right on the edge of the bumper there of the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams there, the number 37 Tyre Power car. Yeah, Ads Brewer, Ads Brewer has got the skill, he's got the pace, he's a race winner in this category. He's very much a front-running guy and very much a front-running car, and as I said, he's getting ready for the Bathurst 6 Hour coming up very shortly, so he is no slouch, and you can see his results are very, very consistent a lot of the time. He's just probably, one slight step away from really taking a good hold on a championship, and we're very much keen to see him grab a championship. But again, as we mentioned, the top 3 or 4 guys, you've got a Cam Bella who's got 4 titles. Chris Lewis-Williams, who we're looking at here at the moment, has got 4 titles. And a quick side note on that, no one has ever done 5 titles. But you've also got Jamie Westaway, who's a multiple champion as well, running in the category. So it is not easy, and it's a one-make category, which means it's very hard. You can't just throw aero at these cars or a lot of power to sort of drive around other guys. You've actually got to
drive it.
You've got to drive
the wheels off it, set it up properly, get your tyre pressures, get your spring rates, get your damper settings exactly where they need to be. This is enthralling stuff between these two. It really is an enthralling race, and they're just starting to claw back on Mark Torberts as well. In fact, they have, because Mark Torberts has done a 1:38.1 the last lap around, and everyone else is running, our race leader was running at a 1:36.72, so he's lost 1.8 seconds on that last lap to the leader.
Nearly 2 seconds there, and he did a 36.5. He's currently holding the fastest lap of the race, El Presidente Mark Torberts. But dare I say, Daz, I reckon the tyres are just starting to cry enough, pretty much. It's a hot, hot day. You're doing a lot of work at Winton, as the famous Dick Johnson used to always say. It's like running a marathon around your clothesline. That's around right, here. Yes. You are always busy, and those tyres...
And that was prior to the track extension. That certainly was a short lap.
For sure.
I did a 24-hour race, a number of them actually here on that short track.
Wow. That's a lot of work.
After about an hour and a half, you close your eyes and the car just takes you around the groove of the track.
It's a lot of work. As I said, though, it's a busy track. It's not
very busy.
Not a fast-flowing circuit. You're really always turning left, right. You're hard on brakes. You're just trying to gain an advantage anywhere you can as you crest over this rise here. And again, we can see there the Lyndon Watson car just edging ahead of Westaway, but that's another intense battle. You're going to get fights all the way throughout this category. It's like this every time we go out and hit the track, but let alone on a tight and twisty circuit like Winton, you're going to get fighting all the way throughout the afternoon.
Good racing here, as always, with the Porsche 944s. A big thanks to Porsche Cars Australia. As you can see, the sticker emblazoned across the windscreen of all the cars. Don Watson Transport jumping on board as the round sponsor here this weekend, and we hope to have a lot more involvement with Don Watson Transport. EJM Advice, that's Manny Benazama. Camponi Electric, Stratton Finance out of Hobart. Stratton Finance Hobart. 1-800 Lasagna. Joey Kellogg not here this weekend. Butcher's Diner, AVI Technology, which is down the side of Ad's car. LK Diesel Service, who sponsored round 1. 888 Home Loans, the series sponsor, also involved with the Porsches. And Pit Lane Clothing, the world's fastest fashion brand, and anyone in the pits who looks good, looks even better in a pit lane clothing outfit.
Exactly. Jump on a pitlaneclothing.com. Getting back to the racing. Indeed, there's plenty of going on track, and a very big shout out, if I may say, to Nick Carpenter, who's having a fantastic run on his opening race. Nick's come into the category literally just today, so he's running 12th at the moment. That's a pretty good effort, you've got to say. So he's really just keeping things all together, and that's one of the keys with this category as well, and with racing as well. Build your momentum up. Don't go out and try and throw it into a wall on lap 1 or do anything crazy and set lap records or anything. You've really got to learn your craft, and a lot of these guys are very experienced drivers and very experienced campaigners, so you can learn a lot by just really settling in. And looks like we've had a spin there, Daz, out the back of the circuit around the gum tree. That's the Westaway car.
That's our race leader.
That's Jamie. Oh,
Jamie
wow.
Westaway.
Wow, that's Jamie Westaway. That's the champion, Jamie Westaway, and he is getting out of the car. Now, I'm not sure what's happened there, but that is out the back of the circuit by the looks of it, under the gum tray,
It's actually at the old water tank, so out of the sweeper, turn right,
wow.
and then around there, he runs back over to the flag point.
Wow, that's a
Let's throw it wide open now. Mark
5-second lead, exactly. Guess who's in front of the race? It's El Presidente. Mark Torbitz.
Wow, he is going to feel the weight of expectation now as this gap is slowly being pegged back as Lewis Williams and Ads Brewer start to work together a little bit in the last couple of laps.
Right, here we go, because Mark Torbitz has never won a race. In all the years he's been racing in Porsche 944 championships, he's never won a race. Well, Mr. Torbitz and El Presidente, here is your chance, but you've got a 4-time champion right on your bumper, and you've got the Black Widow Spider, number 3, who's catching him as well, and dare I say it, as West Australia has just erupted.
It certainly has. Have a look at this. Mark Torbitz is absolutely driving the wheels off this car, and he has got to give us some fantastic. He has got to get his eyes up, because these two behind him are going faster each lap.
They sure are.
And closing in on Mark Torbitz in the number 37 Pipecraft entry. Sadly, that charge, that great run that Jamie Westaway has had has come to an end. He has pulled over and got out of the car. That's the latest news from the Don Watson Transport and Cold Stores, round number 2 of the 944 Challenge. And at the moment, Mark Torbitz poised for a victory.
Wow. Can he do it? He's really coming under pressure there from a guy who knows how to win a race and knows how to win a championship, and that's Chris Lewis Williams, the Baron of Benalla, the number 37. And you can see the black car there of Adam Brewer there hunting him down. He's probably got a lap or 2 to go, and he would be looking in his mirrors and left and right, because he has never won a race.
This is when you hear the rattle, you smell the gear oil, you smell the coolant. You hear everything. The tyre, all of a sudden, he's gone mushy on the left front.
I'm absolutely got fingers, toes, and anti-sway bars all crossed up at the moment for Mark Torbitz, because I know that he just puts so much effort into this category. He has just been a long-time campaigner in the category. He puts so much effort in. This would just make his year if he could jag a win here. And we've understood that there is 2 laps to go.
Yeah, race controller just confirmed 2 to go. Well, it's sort of 1 3/4 now, isn't it? Yeah, so the Don Watson Transport and Cold Stores first race for the weekend in the Porsche 944s has come alive. Sadly, because Cam Bella and Jamie Westaway, arguably 2 of the best drivers this category has ever seen, have fallen by the wayside.
Absolutely.
I say sadly because I love watching these guys go at it. But if you had to replace it with another race winner, I reckon the guy in the yellow car is the one that you'd point at. Deservedly so lenient. Hasn't won it. I think we've cracked the champagne, haven't we, Jake?
We've got it on ice.
We should have just kept the hat on it. Let's keep the lid on it. Let's get back to this battle for a second.
We've got it on ice. We've got everything crossed up here in the comms box. Absolutely. As I said, he has been around the game for a number of years. This would just be a fantastic result for Mark Torbitz if he can take this victory. He's driving the car, usually campaigned, as we said, by Tim Wolf over in WA, but he's trying desperately to hold off the 4-time champion there in Chris Lewis-Williams. And as you say, Daz, it's definitely opened the door. If you're missing a Jamie Westaway and you're missing a Cameron Bella, suddenly someone else can rise to the top of the tree.
The interesting thing I find here is that so many years he's raced around in a menacing Matt Black.
Yep.
He's a guitarist in a heavy metal band.
Real heavy.
And he's driving a bright yellow car.
It's a real heavy band, and I can tell you I've seen that band, and it takes you about 3 or 4 days to recover after seeing the band.
So it is interesting that he's chosen all those years to run that Matt Black heavy metal look, and he's leading a race in the bright yellow, I'm going to say, hip-hop car.
Oh, exactly. You know, it's almost like bordering on a flowery petal kind of yellow, isn't it, or something? I mean, it's a real change from usually the heavy metal black that we're used to seeing Mark Torberts in, but I've got everything crossed. I can't believe it. I'm finally going to hopefully see a win by a guy who is president of the 944 Association. He puts hours and hours and hours behind the scenes into this category. He is much deserving of a race victory, and it's fantastic to see the yellow Pipecraft car glistening in the Winton sunshine as he comes up to the final corner. He's got 1 corner to go, and he's going to hold off Chris Lewis-Williams and Adam Brewer. And it is just almost emotional, actually, to see Mark Torberts.
He gets out on the ripple strips there, and Lewis-Williams is going to have this gap back under 1 second. There's the checkered flag. Mark Torberts can finally breathe again.
Hey.
Gets to the line, and that's a victory, and a sweet, sweet victory indeed it is for the driver of car number 66, Mark Torberts. And I'm going to say the guy, Dickie Howe's gone off celebrating. He's like, Torbs has won a race. How good's that?
Can't believe it.
I reckon CLW has just driven up beside him, and he has given him the thumbs up.
Yep. No, I think the whole category will be shedding a tear and having a beer tonight, because that's fantastic to see Mark Torberts come across the line there. El Presidente, as we call him, to see the victory. Have a look at this for some final action here, Daz. Going round out the back of Winton there, almost 3 or 4 wide there. Oh, and it looks like Goldman has got into the side there of Manny Mezzaselma. That's a real shame for those 2 guys. The number 10 of Manny Mezzaselma coming off second best there.
They almost tripped over each other then.
Yeah,
didn't they? That's a shame. Andrew Goldman
just a last-minute lunge,
giving Manny Mezzaselma a bit of a nudge there. The number 14 comes through there though, so getting a couple of places just on the line.
Nick Carpenter, fantastic to see Nick coming across the line in the ex-Peter Doherty car there in the red car. So that's a really, really great race and a great result there for Nick Carpenter. So welcome to the category for Nick. Got a home by the looks of it, just ahead of Andy Goldman. What a race.
There it is, Mark Torberts gets the win, Jack. How good's that?
Fantastic to see Mark Torberts finally take a race win. El Presidente, as we call Mark Torberts. Great to see him home first. Ahead of the Baron of Benalla, Chris Lewis-Williams. The Black Widow Spider, Adam Brewer, completes the podium. Mark Verdino banks some points, which he'll be happy with after his Sandown result. Lyndon Watson, great to see Lyndon home in 5th. Michael Westaway, Tony Westaway, brothers in arms, 6 and 7. King Richard Howe, managed to get home there in 8th place, as is his race number 8. Nick Carpenter, a fantastic result for a top 10, coming home in 9th there as well. I think he got home just ahead of Andy Goldman. Johnny Vanoris, Manny Mezzaselma ran into some issues towards the end of the race. And unfortunately, we had some guys that dropped off. Cam Bella, big names too. Cam Bella, Jamie Westaway, Josh Brisbane and Jimmy Mitchell, unfortunately failing to get across the line.
Great result there. Always good to see a new race winner in any category, particularly a bloke, a racer at heart, and takes on a lot of responsibilities around the category to present it well. Jack, that's a ripping result there. I feel a little bit like I did when Ads Brewer won that race. That was a Calder last year.
Yeah.
Really good to see someone different get a win. Sadly, we mentioned it, we touched it. Sadly, 2 great races didn't finish that race in Cambella. In fact, Cambella did finish, but Jamie Westaway, that's really sad. But when that happens, others step up, and Mark Torberts gets a real well-deserved victory. Jack, thank you very much, mate. We'll see you tomorrow morning for the Porsches. You got a late start, mate, 11 o'clock.
Can sleep in.
And then 3 o'clock. So I dare say you'll be the last to bed tonight.
Well, it could be celebrations in Vanilla tonight with a win by Mark Dorbis, but thanks very much, Darren. Fantastic to be back at Winton. We look forward to seeing you guys and everyone watching on the Blendline coverage tomorrow morning for race 2.
Fantastic. We'll be back with more The Big Bangers of Australian Motorsport on track next. The Groove Train East Lane Victorian Sports Sedan Championship. Back soon. Welcome back trackside here in the middle of Victoria, central Victoria, just north of Benalla here at the Winton Motor Raceway. Beautiful day, a little bit of cumulonimbus out over the Victorian Alpine region here this weekend. We're well and truly up in the temperature range here today and very much enjoying a lovely day in the Victorian countryside. 28 degrees here at the track. The Groove Train Eastland, if you're looking for somewhere to have a meal before or after the pictures at the Eastland Shopping Centre, or if you're just looking for somewhere for lunch any day of the week, head into the Groove Train Eastland. Great place to have a meal. Shop 24, third floor, up near the Hoyt Cinemas, the Eastland Shopping Centre in Ringwood. Say good day to Vince Stenter and the crew. Corey Gillett, welcome to Victorian Sports Sedans, and welcome to carrying an onboard camera. Great shot there, looking at the clutch and master cylinder reservoirs. You can see how much the liquid bouncing around there in the right on the dashboard there. And he's making his way out on the track. A fantastic field of sports sedans here. In fact, some different names adorning us with the championship here this weekend. Across the front row of the grid, nothing much change there. On pole, the great man himself, 5-star fencing. The number 66 Corvette of Dean Cam will take up pole position. Something different is right alongside is Travis Condon in the Northern Soda Blast Corolla, Toyota Corolla KE70. A long way away from what that car was when it left the factory in Japan, but Travis Condon raced a number of the national rounds last year. A very, very fast race driver indeed. Really looking forward to seeing what he can do up against Dean Cam here at the point and shoot Winton Motor Raceway. Row 3, Greg Lynch, a race winner in this championship, the Ravage Raceworks HSV GDS VT2. Kevy Stoopman has had his race in saloon cars. He now saddles up in the Tyre Power Mitsubishi Evo in position 4. The reigning champion, number 5, Francois Habib. He took the trophy at the Groove Train Eastland. He's out there in the National Blind Supplies VZ Commodore. John Ippolito, all class promotions in number 97. Looking forward to how he go. Corey Gillett, a huge welcome to the Victorian sports sedan scene for Corey. Car number 27, that number again carries a weight of expectation. Alan Jones won the World Championship with it, and Casey Stoner also won his World Championship with it. Vince Stenter's out there in the Groove Train Eastland Ford Mustang. Looks $1 million. Can't wait to see how the 17 goes there. Warren Clellan, first time out in the Mark 1 Mazda. Used to run an RX-7, now out there in the number 33 Mark car. Jason Lee, the Reliance Mechanical Services BMW E46, sounds the goods, the number 70. Michael Luff, the car that took quite some time to build, but I tell you what, the reward at the end in the head tech cylinders heads Holden Commodore SS is immense. 35, watch that car. Adrian Reed. Now, if you're going to watch any car, I say they're all worth watching. This one, it's as wide as it is, as long as it is high. Turbocharged Leyland Mini Clubman SS. I love an SS Clubman if you're going to have one. David Shaw in the truck ride, Phoenix Lubricants, DPF Construction, Falcon AU, and Cam McKinnon, the man himself from 888 Home Loans, owns that 888 number in the Victorian motorsport scene. A very big welcome to him. It is turbocharged Datsun 1600. He spent the entire Island Magic locked in the garage at the track trying to finish the car, and I've got to say it is going to be well worth seeing that little Datto, our great mate from 888 Home Loans, Cam McKinnon. He probably doesn't want too much attention on him because the car's only just being shaken down here this weekend. Have a look at that. What a shot. The gods of thunder.
Off the wall!
They are set. Travis Condon takes up his spot. Looks like a brick trying to push it through the air compared to the Corvette right beside him. The field is set. Dean Cam, notorious, off the line. He's like a pro stock drag car. He's got the grip up side of the track here as well as Dean. So will he lead down into turn 1? Travis Condon, the man with the lamb chop sideburns, will not give him a millimetre. But away he goes. Cam gets away beautifully. So does Dean. And it's going to be from the middle of the pack there, charging. Is that John Ippolito? It is. He's gone through to P4. He's left Kevy Stoopman behind. And Francois Habib has to take a base of action over the Evo. And there's Michael Luff in there as well. Cam leads down into 3. And it's a lineup of Commodores. Francois Habib's been pushed wide. Cold tyres. Cold tyres there for Francois Habib. And he is left languishing a bit there. But Travis Condon has gone through on Dean Cam. There is a turn up for the cards. What happened for that to transpire? Here comes Ippolito. There's Stoopman recovering. He was going backwards and just drove around Dean Cam in the Corvette. Such a great move. I've lost my breath and can't go on with it at that point. But Travis Condon, he's got himself a good 2-second lead over Dean Cam. The little Corolla from Northern Soda Blast, and this is on board with Corey Gillett. Not too sure whereabouts Corey looks like he's about 5th or 6th on the road. I do apologise. He's got his iPhone up on the dash if you're looking for any split times or anything up on the window. As we see reigning champion from National Blind Supplies go charging through there, and he looks to be fighting back. So the reigning champion, hard man, deep down. Just keep an eye out. See Francois Habib. There's the 97 of Ippolito in position number 3. Have a look at the turbocharged car of Stoopman. He looks to the inside at turn 3. The little car puts a wedge in there. The number 97 just about waved him through, gave him plenty of room and said, We know about your turbo car, Kev. We'll give you the benefit of the doubt. You can go through and see if we could bring it home for a finish. Disappeared into a whole lot of smoke at Sandown at the last round, but he knows his way around Winton Motor Raceway as Kevin Stoopman, and he looks to be wanting to have a crack at Dean Cam. I wonder if Dean Cam has got a concern at all. I know he was concerned about the race distance, but he's certainly not being able to match the pace. It's now 1.7 seconds between Dean Cam and Travis Condon. The National Series, of course, is racing down at Tasmania with the Speed Series here this weekend. So it'll be interesting to see how many of them are watching on to see the guy that did Bathurst and the Gold Coast with them last year and is now coming to do some Victorian racing. He was pretty vocal in welcoming Corey Gillett as well. He called him the man, the myth, the legend, joining in on this weekend's racing. So awesome stuff here. Big thanks to Steve DeVries for giving us the timing screen. And Travis Condon, not the fastest car on track. That is going to Dean Cam. And he is just languishing at the moment in the P2. There's Greg Lynch, Johnny Bellotto, Francois Habib, and just off the back of that battle is Corey. And watching Gillett just start to range up here. Here is Vince Stenter. And this is the guy from the Groove Train, Eastland, in the number 17. Relatively new build, this sports sedan, the number 17. He did used to race a Skyline and doing a great job chasing down, I think it's Michael Luff. Yes, it is, in the number 35 VE Commodore. Yeah,
Michael Luff, who's just ahead of Vince Stenter on the track there. I think Michael has done, he was looking possibly to improve production at one point, but has decided to move over. I guess a few people say move over to the dark side, but he's moved over to, from your point of view, the gods of thunder here, Darren. He's moved over to sports sedans and ahead of Stenter, as you said, that car that's been a fairly new build in campaign, the Skyline for quite a number of seasons. It was the R32, I think, was the model, if memory serves me correctly. And he's now gone over to, I think, how many rounds has he now had that Mustang for? It's at least 2, maybe a couple more.
Yeah, there was one a year or so ago where he came out and was packed up.
That's an interesting timing gamut there on the
iPhone up there, isn't it?
Yeah, there's a few drivers in the field up and down the different categories that have different ways of, a bit of a slide job there coming off of turn 12, that have a different way of analysing their lap time. Some drivers actually have it almost like a GPS on the windscreen where they can see it. Some have it strapped to their steering wheel so they can see it. That's a new take on it up there. And it's actually quite simple. It's quite large and it showed everything you needed to know, didn't it?
Got the quad lock mount on there and he's going about his business, and that is terrific. One of the numbers there I saw was the plus 0.64, so I must admit that must be 0.64 off the ultimate lap.
Yeah, the ultimate or the datum lap.
One there, so that's interesting stats to have. I know in the rally world, a lot of them run GPS on their phones and things like that to cover the stage times. The 27 looks to the inside now of Francois Habib. Francois is absolutely bottled up in the traffic here today, and Corey Gillett getting very sideways. In fact, I would say out of these 3 cars, if things opened up a little bit, Corey Gillett might just go streaming on by here. But these 3 Commodores, they're big, they're wide, and they're powerful. Eduardo gets the power down, Lynch gets the power down, Francois Bibb gets the power down, and the turbo car just a little bit left languishing there. In fact, I don't even think it's a turbo car. I think it's a V8 powered car, but Ippolito's missing a whole handful of gears there. He gets it eventually motivated. Poor pace off the corner, and boy oh boy, if you breathe even half a second in this race, these guys come streaming through. Dean Cam now fastest lap of this race at 1:28.25. The ultimate lap record is a 1:19.8 set by Jack Perkins and John Gourlay's Audi, and that was right back in June 2016, a cold day on some nice soft sports sedan tyres. And away you go, on board now with Gillett, goes up the side, Blotto gets on through, jams it down the inside there, and a little bit worried about that orange light on the dash down there. Not sure what that is, but you don't have an orange light. You don't want an orange light going on and off. I know the lights across the dash are shift lights, but orange one down the bottom there worries me a bit, Steve.
Well, it does worry me a little bit, flashing on and off there quite rapidly, but it's out of the driver's line of sight. That's the important thing, isn't it? So it's something, it's almost like the old adage you've talked about many, many times. Grab the rearview mirror, rip it off and throw it away. You don't want to look in the rearview mirror. In Corey's case, he doesn't want to be looking down towards the gear stick. He just wants to feel that stick, put it where it needs to be, but doesn't want to be paying too much attention to the alarms going off. This gap in front is diminishing quite rapidly.
I'm going to say the number 6 doesn't have a rear vision mirror in it. Travis is running his own race. He's the kind of guy that likes to run his own race. You'd have to say the Corolla is an extension of his own expression, wouldn't you?
It certainly
guy that
would.
runs his own race, and what a rapid piece of kit. Dean Camp's fastest lap at 1:28.09. Just did it on that lap. 1:28.2 by Travis Condon. So only 0.2 of a second between these two cars. The gap is 0.6. So Dean in 3 laps should be within striking range. There's 8 minutes and 12 seconds left in the journey, but I could fairly confidently say, Steve DeVries, that Dean Cam never thought he'd be looking at the back of a green Corolla.
Well, at Sandown he certainly wouldn't have been, because he was on the front row. He took off into the distance. But here at Winton, getting the start is important, or getting the start right rather, is very, very important. And Travis Condon did that absolutely beautifully. And this is where this car's in its element here. Up the top part of the circuit, change direction, the much more nimbler Datsun's going to go through this part of the circuit quite quickly. Toyota, sorry, not Datsun, Toyota. And on the straights.
I'm not sure how much Toyota's left, but it's a Toyota body car.
It is a Toyota body car, yes, you're absolutely right.
I tell you what the secret is, though. That car sits very flat. It's almost set up like a go-kart. It's almost like it doesn't have shocker travel or suspension travel in it. Really, really stiff set-up car. And he just tips it at the corner and it goes round.
I've noticed he's using a lot of curb at several parts of the track as well. I saw it up at turn 6. Watch as we come through turn 1 and 2. So keep an eye on the green number 8. Watch him ride the curbs relative to Dean Cam, because Dean's got a much, much lower car and keeps it quite flat through this part of the circuit. So here we go. Into
Dean
turn
also
1.
has
There's
a number of more years of experience on Travis. Not taking anything away. Travis came from the TT tin top type of racing and found a very happy home within the sports sedan ranks. And I think Corey Gillett's doing the same thing here this weekend. Got his P plates on his car to get himself a Motorsport Australia licence. This is the bit of the lap where Dean is just struggling a little bit. Round through that turns 3 and 4 and the sweeper, he's not gaining. You would expect that the Corvette would gain ground through there, but there's something not quite right there with Dino at the moment.
No, that's part of the circuit where the car just always wants to go right. No matter how fast you want to take that left-hand bend, the car always wants to go right. So you do have to be very, very patient. Effectively double apex the corner. You've got to take the first part of it, drift it out wide, and then sort of pick your next point to turn in for turn 5, because you have to be on the correct line for turn 6, because the circuit does narrow up there a little bit, and it's a very tricky part of the track to get right.
Just a big shout out to Brett Dickey as well, who we saw at the last round with his Honda Prelude. He's been over to the Circuit of the Americas and represented the Project Import crew very, very well, represented himself and his family also over there. Came home with a 4th place in Unlimited and did a tremendous job. Now it is all about the countdown for Brett's campaign on Pikes Peak coming up in the month of June, I think it is, as we go to 27 from Corey Gillett on to Greg Lynch, around through the S's, bang, puts it up the inside there. He knows his way around Winton, this guy, I tell you what, he read that like a book. Adjusts the mirror just to make sure, and yep, he's put him behind. Dean Cam now. Great look out the back of the fire-breathing monster, Victorian Sports Sedan Racing. And he would be looking at the back of Travis's car, and I would suggest Dean will have a smile on his face, because he'll be going, now how am I going to get this guy tomorrow? Or how am I going to get him in the next 4.5 minutes or so? His fastest car on track, but Travis is last time round. Actually, Travis has gone into the 27s now. Yeah, the last 2 consecutive laps where Dean's put a quick lap in, Travis is actually starting to respond. So I would have thought Travis probably would be happy out in front. He could have controlled the pace, but he's being pushed by Dean. So making him lift the pace,
making him go a little bit quicker, maybe trying to force an error here just by maybe trying to apply a little bit more pressure. But have a look here, the margins actually opened up a little bit. Not sure if that's attributed to a Dean Cam mistake or if that's attributed to Travis having a better run through the top part of the course up through turns 7, 8 and 9.
Coming up onto the back of Cam McKinnon at the moment. It's going to be interesting. Dean Cam's great mates with Cam McKinnon. Be interesting to see if he moves out of his way. Yes, he does.
Good
well
job.
done. The 888 Home Loans man himself. That's him right there in his Dado, supporting the series that he puts his name to, and doing a tremendous job. Cool looking race car, isn't it?
Certainly is.
Dado. Certainly historic in the sense of Australian sports sedan racing, which is now 54 years old in Victoria. Had the 50th 2 years ago, and it was delayed by COVID, so I'm sure Mr. Neil will correct me on that.
Some more
Big
laps
shout
happening.
out to the Gillilands, also racing down in Tasmania this weekend. Very much Victorian motor racing stalwarts, but they wanted to have a red hot go at the National Series at Symmons Plains, and why not? I tell you what, this is starting to get very, very interesting indeed. Adrian Reed has just got a lap put on him in that awesome little mini. If you are at the track, and I certainly recommend you do, join us at the track. We'll put the QR code up on the screen for you very soon so you can buy your tickets and get here nice and early tomorrow. But if you do, go down and have a look at Adrian Reed's Mini Leyland. There it is. We'll leave the QR code up on the screen for you for a bit. Tickets available tomorrow. This is going to get very interesting. 2.5 minutes left to go.
Mistakes are starting to happen here. That's the first sign that Condon's under some pressure. Ran a little bit too deep and almost into the pit lane at turn number 11, and that's enough for Dean Cam. It was only going to be a matter of time. Cam was closing that margin down. Finally, Condon cracked.
How was Condon putting the left front up on the ripple strips at turn 1 there? That was brave. Really upset the car, but he is not about to let the Northern Soda Blast Corolla go down without a fight. But Dean Cam's found his groove now. Last lap round, a 127.7, and Travis Condon a 128.3, so half a second there, and that's where we've seen Dean close the gap and take the lead away from car number 8. The Groove Train Eastland stickers emblazoned across the front of all of the Victorian sports sedans, and the Northern Soda Blasting's got a new sponsor on the side there, Burbs
Customs.
Burbs Customs. I wonder what that is. Motorbikes, possibly. Could be kitchens. Who knows?
Could be anything.
Burbs Customs.
Here we go. Here's the replay.
Here's the replay. Cam, straight lines, handling, wins out. Watch Travis put the bang up onto the ripple strip.
That's quite a bit more than he has been doing the last several laps of this race. It is. A little bit, definitely a bit more.
It's normally the ex-supercars that will do that because they're used to banging off curbs. So we'd normally see the likes of Francois Habib and those guys doing that. Now, this is Jason Lee, the Reliance Mechanical Services BMW E46. And what a menacing thing an E46 looks with a very purposeful aero package on the back of it there. He's celebrating his P plates as well. New licensee, car number 70, or new license getter, and doing a fair income ripper job out there at the moment. Currently sitting in 9th place.
Second last car on the lead lap as well. So good first outing for him. Back to Cam McKinnon, the 888 machine here. This is through turns 1 and 2 and en route to turn number 3. So he's sort of tucked in, or he's behind Habib, who's gone through and put a lap on him. And it looks like McKinnon's actually gone through on Reed in the last 2 laps or so as well, because those positions were reversed a couple of laps ago. The leaders got past McKinnon before they got past Reed.
Oh, this is the juicy little battle here. This is almost like a battle of yesteryear. The Super Minis were all the rage for a long time. In fact, they ran their own class under the sports sedan guys. And I dare say when you walk around the pits today, there'll be someone that's been around a long time that will have a big smile on their face. There's actually a Mini back out there doing it. Here comes Corey Gillett.
He's being held up
through there
too
as well. Corey is currently sitting in P5. Fastest lap of that car, 129.2. So no slouch. Cam McKinnon opens it up, showing the manners there. There you go. There's a Datsun, an old one and a new one.
Yep.
Or a Nissan, sorry.
Nissan, I guess, is now the politically correct term. Is it checkered flag? Actually, just waved out of sight. Didn't quite get the warning that was going to happen. We thought there might have still been a lap to go. But Dean Cam...
He's pretty happy with that, isn't he? I've never really seen him with the hand out the window. I reckon he's probably hot and thirsty on board there. He was worried about the length of the race and how he would cope. He's got Gary Roberts in his corner down there this weekend, helping him out with the nutrition and the car prep, and certainly Gary will be helping him out with the rehydration there as well between now and tomorrow when the sports sedans are on. They're not on until late tomorrow morning at 11:30, so they've got a bit of time to do the maintenance on these cars. They are consumers of parts, and when you say 750 horsepower, then you know you've got a fair bit of work to do in that respect. Steve, that was a good sports sedan race there at the front. Two exceptionally different iterations of the sports sedan leading the way.
Absolutely. So Condon led for the first half of the race. Dean Cam put the pressure on and ultimately came out with a 1-second victory at the end of that. And it was quite a margin back to Francois Habib and Kevin Stoopman at the end of that. We saw just on the broadcast there was a very close run finish between Reid and McKinnon at the line. There was nothing in that. A bit further down the order, they came home in 11th and 12th respectively. But there's your top 10. As we said, Cam and Condon put on a show out there in front. Big margin back to Francois Habib and Kevin Stoopman in the Mitsubishi in 4th. Then Corey Gillett, who got held up there just in the last couple of laps up at the top part of the circuit ahead of Greg Lynch and John Ippolito. And Michael Luff, Jason Lee and Warren Cleland is the top 10. And they were the top 10 cars, were the only cars that were on the lead lap at the end of that race.
Adrian Reid just beat home Cam McKinnon. I was actually just trying to catch
can't work it out from the timing.
No, we can't get it. Can't get that because they were a lap down. David Shaw. And sadly, we didn't see what happened to number 17, Vince Stenter. But he is stopped out on track somewhere on lap number 2. So that's a shame. Our series sponsor in the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedan.
And he did 4 laps there as well. So at some point on lap 5, he either came in or he's out there on the circuit somewhere and needs to be collected. Fell
off somewhere, that's right. We'll be back in just a couple of moments for the final race for today. But certainly we'd love to see everyone back here tomorrow. First race will be on at 9 a.m. It'll be Formula V's. Then we'll have Saloon Cars, E30 BMWs, Formula Ford, improved production, Porsche 944s, Sports Sedans and XLs. XLs will be the next cars on track for the final race for today. We'll be back with XLs in just a moment.
I'm here with Tabitha Ambrose, and we're going to talk about her morning track session.
So this morning we've had 2 sessions. Just trying to get myself back in the mindset of a Hyundai XL. Last time I was here, I was in the Formula Ford. Just doing a practice day, which was really fun. Just getting reused to the Hyundai, making sure that I'm hitting my marks with the braking, and everything felt really good. Adam's doing a great job working on my car and making sure the setup's just right for qualifying tomorrow.
So it must be really important to have people on your team such as Adam. How does that work together with the driver?
Adam's great. He's been helping me non-stop with the driver coaching and just some small elements and making sure that my feedback's on point. I find that I really struggle giving good feedback back to Adam because it's just so much is going on in my brain and I'm just trying to comprehend everything.
Have you done any previous driving experience apart from the Formula Fords?
Yeah, so I just had the one test day in the Formula Ford, but I race Hyundais, and I did go-karts back a couple years ago now around Tasmania and a couple mainland races too.
Winton is quite a different track to the other ones you see. It's lots of corners, fast straights. What's your favourite corner?
I really enjoy turn 1 and 2. I think it's really fun. I just like how it's really high speed and you just have to try and how close you end up to the wall after turn 1 and 2. It's, yeah, really exciting.
With turn 1 and turn 2, do you have like a certain technique or mindset when you go into that turn?
To be honest, I don't really think about much when I'm in the car. I kind of just like, I see the apex, I see the corner, and I see the braking marker, and I just like try and make sure that I hit it every time. Although today, I am a little bit short on my braking, so working on that.
Yeah, so there's quite a few things you want to improve on from today. Talk me through some of them.
So today I really want to work on my braking points. I feel like I'm just a little bit slow into the entry, but I really just want to work on my aggression on the track. I find that sometimes I'm a bit reserved and I don't really make the passes when I should be making the passes. Yeah.
I hope you have a great day of testing and qualifying for tomorrow. Good luck with that.
Thank you.
How good's that to hear from Tabitha as we see the XLs go out? Circuit XL Racing Association presenting their racing here this weekend. Darren Smith and Steve DeVries right alongside me for final race for today. Of course, the XL is brought to us by Lanotec. Cars are on track.
Certainly are, and 25 of them scheduled to take to this one. 24, we believe, will start. Here's the grid. So Ashton Kadich with the pole ahead of Hugo Simpson and Jay Robotham, who really took it up to some of the young challengers at Sandown a couple of weeks ago in 3rd, and Toby Waghorn in the number 84 machine we've seen over the last several seasons in 4th. Ahead of Jet Murray, Tice Hodge, Harry Strick and Cisco Morales. These are some names you'll be quite familiar with. They were up in the pointy end of the standings at Sandown. Tabitha Ambrose, who we just heard from, great qualifying for her in 9th, ahead of Jet Bloomerus. Emily Jones and Jack Carpenter, 11th and 12th. Then we go to Jack Johnson, Michael Brennan in car 89, Gareth Hodgkiss, who's been around in the XLs for quite a few years now, Maya Bongiorno in position number 16. Good to see there's some good female representation here in Hyundai XLs. Ahead of Lachlan Harvey, Lucy Sidwell is in her 2nd weekend in an XL, Lee Kennedy and James Serra. We've got some interesting details on James Serra in 20th place, returning to the game after 14 years away from circuit racing. Carly Fleming and Jacob Wingett, Lee Sellenmeyer in 23rd. Peter Fleming we saw in that rollover in improved production, so we've got some details on what's happened to him, and Abby Wingett last of all in 25th. On Peter Fleming, he's okay. The car was actually quite a gentle rollover, and he's actually been given permission to race if they can get the front and rear windscreens out of the car, and he has got a full face helmet, so it'll be a Craig Lowndes refrigerator situation if he does get back out there, but they're still trying to get that car turned around, I believe, to go racing again. So he's not in this one. We might see him tomorrow.
So some stragglers just taking up the back of the field. Jalen Robotham won round 1 to Hugo Simpson, Brad James, Harry Tompkins, Tice Hodge and Brad Verrecka returning to the State Series at Sandown as well. Harry Strick, Bill Sala and Cisco Morales on points as we have a race start, and away we go. Keep an eye out on car number 994, James Serra. If you're watching on and you've been around Motorsport and you like your sports sedans, and you've been involved in karting in Australia in any way, shape or form, that name will ring a bell, and it should ring a loud bell in your ear as we just watch the field streaming down through turn 3. There's the number 129 of Johnson, and that's Jack Johnson out there doing a terrific job. The 6 there as well, mixing it up really lively, and that is Lucy Sidwell.
That was Emily Jones, actually, that
Emily Jones,
went
sorry,
through there.
Wrong lady.
Switch of position there between Johnson and Jones. As up to turn 7 we go for first time. Big move under brakes there. That's Tabitha Ambrose down the inside of Shep Bloomerist and getting that pass done. So plenty of action as always here in Hyundai Excels on the opening lap. And I thought I saw Jalen Robotham possibly sneak through on Hugo Simpson for second place at turn 3 in one of the earlier shots. So if that's the case, Robotham wasting no time in doing what he does best, getting his start in Hyundai Excels all those years ago. Driving all manner of things in Thailand, in TA2 and super pickups over there. Also an enduro driver, of course, in the supercars world, for going to Sandown and to Bathurst a little bit later this year, doing what he loves, getting back to the front of the racetrack and teaching some of these young guys a little trick or two along the way.
Kadich in the Adam Macro Racing car out in front. Of course, Adam Macro needs very little introduction as well. A racer of great note in touring cars and big, high, fast, horse-powered open wheelers in Formula Holden back in the day there as well. Now got his own team and presents quite a few of these XLs for racing around Victoria, and currently leading the way in the Lanotec race. Robotham in second, Hugo Simpson, Waghorn, and boy oh boy aren't those names synonymous there. Then Murray as well, who is family member, I think little brother of Cooper Murray, and that livery would give it away if you remember Cooper Murray from his time in Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge, the Lodge Brothers livery on the side of his Porsche, and now a Carrera Cup racer.
Doing a great job here to hang on to
Doing a good job, Murray, keeping it nice and straight, chasing them down. Currently sitting in 6th place, so a good spot. You wouldn't want it too much further back because you tend to get caught in some of the traffic and the melees that can happen in that respect.
Well, after lap 1 as well, you can see it's already starting to string out quite a fair amount here. There's a familiar looking livery there. That's the battery stock car in the middle of the pack. We've seen that piloted by Harry Tompkins over the course of time, but at the moment that I believe might be Carpenter in that car, because it has had a number change. It's normally car 33, but with that livery on it. So Joel Carpenter in that car, and we did see Carpenter had a fair bit of trouble at Sandown. I believe he was one of the drivers, or one of the few drivers in XLs that had an accident of some nature, so different car for him this weekend. Now, we've been talking all weekend long so far about how long the racing takes. Oh, as the car drops its tyres off the backside of the curb there at turn 12.
Gee, it's a big drop-off the back of the curb.
Yeah, there's a massive drop-off. Now, talking about how long the races actually go for this weekend, so majority of the races for all the competitors is 25 minutes, with the exception of the sports sedans who have got the 20-minute races. Unlike a lot of the other categories, these cars actually do an enduro right here at Winton later in the year. It's called the David Lowe Memorial, so a number of these drivers take part, so they'd probably be familiar with how long and how patient you have to be in some of those sorts of length races to make up positions, and it's not all won on the first lap. And 25 minutes is still a fair way to go in circuit racing. Oh, as Kadich has got it dancing on the rear coming through turn 6, hit the curb at a little bit of a wrong angle there. Up went the rear wheels and got a fistful of opposite lock there, and some good car control to bring the rear of that car down and get it settled for turn 7, so he didn't lose a spot to Hugo Simpson there. And in all of that, while we've been watching some of the other action on track, Robotham has taken the number 29 Lanotec machine to the lead of this race.
One of the more experienced campaigners is Jalen Robotham in the XLs, and just seeing that experience starting to shine there over Kadich a little bit, and you can't take anything away from the ultimately the experience that of racing these cars. They are a different beast to drive fast. All the power going through the front wheels. They do have some mechanical sympathies that they need to be given. But then again, they can also be thrown at it pretty damn hard and come out the other side and battle another day. And we're seeing that unfold here now. Jalen Robotham coming under huge pressure. In fact, this is great stuff by the car there in second place, which is Ashton Caddick. And he goes to the inside, and that is, wow, that is textbook. I'm going to take the corner off you. Got the inside running for the next. Robotham gets pushed, and that is all about having to cover more real estate than the guy next to you.
That is a very, very well thought out pass. He gave him the big hurry up through turn 1 and 2, and then just out-thunk Jalen Robotham going down the hill into turn 3. He thought he was going left, then very quickly went to the right, took the position away. And that's precisely what the changes that they made at this circuit a couple of years ago now, down at turn 3 and 4, invite the drivers just to have a little bit more of an attempted lunge. They've opened up the corners, a couple of corners, just to make it a bit more enticing and encourage the drivers to run side by side. And that's exactly what happened there. And good fair racing room left on the outside of turn number 4 as well. Just enough to make sure that Robotham didn't run out of real estate, didn't have to drop those left-hand side Dunlops into the dirt on the backside of the curb, because as we have seen already, it is quite a bit of a drop-off there, and a few drivers this weekend have already had some tyre issues. I think even Nick Higgins in improved production actually broke a rim by dropping one of his tyres off the backside of one of the curbs, albeit accidentally, but it does cause a problem. And that was in practice, yes, absolutely.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Steve, just looking back exactly 12 months ago, the last time the XLs raced here with the State Series, Cadell Ambrose, I'm pretty sure, won 3 from 3.
He did.
Here last year. James Lodge, Charlie Nash, Harry Tompkins. Jet Murray is the only one out of those ones that is that's come through to this season. I know Cadell Ambrose is giving the Toyota 86 Scholarship Series a red-hot go. I think James Lodge is taking some time off away from motorsport. Charlie Nash, now that's an interesting one, being son of a supercar team owner, Rod Nash. Interesting what's going on there. But Jet Murray is certainly in the consideration here, currently 5th place in number 158.
Yeah, he's inherited that 5th place over Tice Hodge in the last couple of laps as well, which is good to see. Actually, just having a look at that list, there was 16 XLs here last year when you did say that Cadell Ambrose took 3 from 3. I'm looking through that list, and I can only find about 3 or 4 of those 16 drivers that are racing here in a field of 24 cars this weekend. So it just goes to show you.
Cisco Morales, Jet Murray,
Carly Fleming and Gareth Hodgkiss, and they're the only 4 that I could see off that list.
Gives you an idea of how many XLs were sold by Hyundai here all those years ago. We could start to get through them at a rapid rate in XL racing, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
They certainly grew out of popularity when Paul Morris and Roland Dane started building them in that COVID era of just trying to get race cars on tracks. You notice those guys are well truly clear now. They've had their time in the sun. Morris has got his son into Super 2 now, and you don't hear anything from them anymore about XLs.
No, that's right. His son was caught up, unfortunately, in one of those accidents up at the cutting in Super 2 at Bathurst a couple of weeks ago. So a little bit of repair work for the Morris stable in that regard. This group of 4 out in front have well and truly just kept their noses clean, and they've steadily pulled away from Murray and Hodge, who are the better part of about 4 or 5 seconds behind at the moment. So very much a race in 4. We did see this at Sandown as well. There was a group of cars that kicked away quite early, and Robotham tried to break the back of it, but all the youngsters wouldn't let him have a bar of it and kept him honest for most of the racing that happened at Sandown. We're now looking a little bit deeper in the field here. This is Lucy Sidwell in the snaffle number 32. She's currently in 17th place and has got James Serra right behind her. So he's made up 2 spots at the start here as well. Behind James, you've got Maya Bongiorno in the number 51, who's just starting to lose a little bit of touch there. There she is.
Interesting to find out a little bit more about snaffle. That's pretty much the noise my dog makes when it wakes up in the morning, the snaffle. That's what we say at home anyway. But yeah, that's interesting, isn't it? There's nothing else there that really gives you an idea of what Snaffle is.
I believe it's actually an online retailer from when I was having a chat with Lucy at Sandown. It was good to see her jumping up from Formula V into an XL, completely different categories to each other.
Yeah, rear engine, rear drive, rear gearbox into front engine, front drive, front gearbox.
Yeah, and a roof on your head.
Yeah. Well, she's acquitting herself very, very well indeed. This is quite impressive. The other one, interestingly, I said I'm going to keep an eye on that 994 of James Sarah. First 4 laps, his times are in green, so he's setting personal bests. My interest is, and as I said, 2010 National Carrick Sports Sedan champion, driving the car that Thomas Randall now drives when he does Sports Sedan racing, the Randall Saab. Won that championship, and that was in a huge year of sports sedans with the likes of Hossack, Ricciardello, and all of the big guns throwing it at James. He came out of karts, and there was a synergy between the families. There he is there.
Oh, block pass. Overcommitted a bit to the corner
there. He was,
there.
but he got the job done, didn't he? And look, this guy is none other than the super coach of Australian kart racing. He's won, I was just looking through his driver database results. Every year, he's won at least one national level karting category. And here he is doing a bit of circuit racing again in a front wheel drive, front gearbox, road tired.
Oh, he's wide there.
Hyundai XL, and yeah, not driving away from anyone at all. But as I thought, every single lap is green, so he's just getting faster and faster and faster. And I'm not sure whether this is a full-time commitment to James, but it was something in the entries when I finally got a chance to have a look over them on Thursday night. I went, James Sarah in an XL. Is this the Carrick Sports Sedans National Championship winner and multiple Australian karting champion? Yes, it is. And welcome, James. A very, very big welcome. Thanks for coming back to circuit racing, albeit 14 years later. And I implore anyone to jump on Facebook and just see what James does with the future of our racing stars in karting as well. He is one of the masters of karting in this country, that's for sure.
Well, you talk about karting in this country. The Hyundai XLs happen to be one of the stepping stones that a lot of karters find their way into after they finish their karting career. They like to look at it and go, well, what's next? Grassroots motorsport is probably the next step. You're either getting them into things like Formula Vs, or you're getting them into Hyundai XLs that are, have been for a while, a relatively stable and category to get into, and plenty of cars around, always cars being sold, and cars being prepped to go racing, cars available for lease as well. So there's always an avenue there for karters to jump into and get themselves acquitted from kart racing to circuit racing before they go on to some bigger and better things. As we're looking further down the field here, away from the top group of cars, car number 200, which is Jacob Wingett and Lee Sellenmeyer in the 327 machine right behind him, down into turns 3 and 4. And off they go. They've got a fair gap to make up, I think, to Mia Bongiorno. They're about 8 or so seconds behind at the last timing intermediate. Of course, we only run the one timing intermediate here and at the circuit races that we go to, which is the start-finish line. Of some of the more major meets, we do have the 3 sectors, and if they were here, it would be around about turn 5, and then on the approach to turn 10, that's where we would normally start to get the 3 sectors, but we don't really need that for local state circuit racing.
This is for 20th on the road, what we're watching now here, and this is Wingett and Sellenmeyer.
Oh, a little bit
off
too
the back
aggressive.
goes Sellenmeyer. And well, any more letters in your surname, you're going to have to get a bigger car, because that just fits all the letters on the rear window of that XL.
Certainly does.
Here we go. This is some...
this is broken apart, this lead group.
Yep.
So Kadich has just been putting in some quite quick laps. I think the last couple of times I've seen him go through, he's been purple. So about 3 of the last 4 laps have been quick laps, and he's got a 1.2 second advantage at the moment. And then you've got Joel Carpenter. He's now buried in this group of cars here. He's 10th. He's now 11th behind Jet Bloomeris. This is actually the battle for 10th. So Bloomeris has just gone through in the last couple of corners, just before our cameras picked up the shot in the ID Land entry. That's car 22 there, the orange and grey machine. And you've got the number 11 there of Joel Carpenter, who wants that spot back. Behind him, you've got Jack Johnson and Emily Jones. So the car's in 12th and 13th place. Cheeky look down the inside there, nothing coming off it.
Fastest lap now to our race leader, Kadich, and just struggling to get some info, and I've found it. Round 1, Ashton Kadich, position number 8, came home with 36 points. He is already leading this race, so we'll take race winning points.
30 points there.
And that is will be a big jump. Jalen Robotham is, of course, right in the mix there as well, so we'll not close on that. But Hugo Simpson, Brad James and Harry Tompkins will certainly start to see Ashton Kadich. And I've got to say, Steve, is it going to be another first-time race winner for XLs here today?
Possibly. I mean, we had that happen last year when Cadell Ambrose not only took his first race win, but he took all 3 of them and the first round win along with it. So I got a funny feeling if we keep going the way we are, Kadich is doing a remarkably good job out in front with some more seasoned campaigners behind him. Just got a little bit loose, I think, just from our perspective out the combox window, but he still maintains a good margin. This battle for 10th is not showing any signs of slowing down either. And Tabitha Ambrose, the next car in the queue, some 7 seconds ahead of this group of 2. Here's the battle for second, though. Robotham has got his mirrors full of Hugo Simpson's number 117. There's Kadich disappearing into turn 8, so they're not that far behind. Only 1.4 seconds. It doesn't seem like a lot on the timing clock, but then you look at it on the track and you go, well, in a one-make series where everything is fairly well kept together, there's not a lot you can do with the cars. That's a lot to make up.
Tabitha Ambrose was looking to get her aggression up a bit, or get her attack to the lap. Her fastest lap at 1:44.45. The fastest lap in this race is 1:42.45, so exactly 2 seconds off the fastest lap. So let's hope she's getting that controlled aggression that certainly her father was famous for, and really loved watching what Marcus did for such a long time in Australia, and even a longer time in the US in NASCAR, which has got to be the hardest series in the world to win a race in. I guess F1 might be the next one when you're racing up against Max Verstappen. It makes it very difficult, but certainly great to see Tabitha enjoying her racing, which is what it's all about. If you're not enjoying it, then the sport's too hard to make inroads to. If you're not enjoying it, then it's definitely great to see a big smile on her face and going about it. Let's just get down through the field with just under 4 minutes left in this one. It's Kadich to Simpson, Robotham, Waghorn, Murray, Hodge, Cisco Morales, Strike, Tabitha Ambrose in 9th, and Jake Bloomeris in 10th. Then it's Carpenter, Johnson, Jones, Hodges, Brennan, James Sarah in 16th. Started
20th. Started 20th.
Yeah. So he's made up some spots, 4 spots there in the 994. And then we go back to Harvey, Sidwell, and outside the 20 is Carly Fleming, Wingett, Kennedy and P. Fleming not taking any further part, obviously, after that rollover in the IP race. Got some work to do there to make it race-worthy again.
Yes, certainly. Fair bit of damage on the roof there, but yes, the scrutineers have basically deemed it race-ready if they could get those the front and rear windscreens out of it. So I think that's what they're aiming to do, hopefully to get back out for tomorrow. Be a bit hard to replace a windscreen, especially when you've had a bit of a rollover and the top half of the car's caved in. As we've got Lucy Sidwell here giving chase to Lachlan Harvey in car 25. So this is the battle for 17th and 18th, and 16th place car of James Serra just up the road. So he's made his way through pretty smartly over the course of this 25-minute race. And sometimes that's all you've got to do. If you just got to set some realistic goals, and you've got to think about, if I can grab a couple of cars in the 25-minute race, at least that puts me in a good spot for race 2 tomorrow, and I can get a couple more there. It's all about easing your way back into things and setting things that are realistic to achieve when you return to racing, especially after such a long period out. You can't just expect sometimes to jump back in the car and have everything be as it was, because it's a different game nowadays as we get the 2 laps to go signal with our race leaders having crossed the start-finish line. So this will mean it is a 13-lap completed race by the time it's all said and done. Sidwell still giving chase here to Harvey down into turn number 1. Sarah starting to get away here. They're going to inherit another party into this little group at the moment, which will be Maya Bongiorno. She's just sitting there a few car lengths back of Lucy Sidwell at turn 2, 3 and 4. Now this is a battle that has been going on for a little while, I think, too. This is Tice Hodge, and I believe it is Cisco Morales, is it? They're going down to turn number 10. I'll get a read on as they come through the corner here. The SDR car, which is car number 185. Yep, that is Tice Hodge, and Morales behind him. So Jet Murray, after getting through, has actually cleared away to the tune of about 3 seconds. So that was an early battle there between Tice Hodge and Murray, and now Hodge has got someone to play with. Oh, must have been a missed gear or something there for Morales, because he dropped away quite substantially. Here's the battle for second overall on the road. You've got Simpson having to go super defensive coming out of turn number 2. And Robotham over and under treatment here. Now sticks his nose on the inside on the rear tail light there of Simpson. That opens the door. That's a very, very smart pass. Good bit of driving. Slower car on the inside at turn 3. Robotham on the traditional line. Could get the power down a little bit earlier. Managed to pull alongside and take the spot away. So very nice bit of seasoned racecraft there from Jay Robotham. But this pair are some 3.2 seconds behind Ashton Kadich, and with a half a lap to go, without a mistake, that is certainly not going to be made up.
Interesting comparison from this weekend compared to this race meeting last year. It's skill and experience versus youthful exuberance. That was what we saw. I'm not saying Cadell didn't bring skill. He certainly did, but he certainly also had a little bit more attack at the Ripple Strip, a little bit more bravery, a little bit more of a young man's approach to it. Not saying that these guys are old either, but certainly a different way of getting the lap time.
Certainly is. Well, a couple of corners to go here for Ashton Kadich, and it's going to be a race winner for the very, very first time in car number 13. It's unlucky for some. It might be lucky for others, and for Ashton Kadich, it's going to power him to a race win here on Saturday afternoon as we round out day 1 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships second round from Winton Motor Raceway. So Kadich home 4.7 seconds at the end of the day, so good healthy margin to Jalen Robotham, who was a 10th ahead of Hugo Simpson, and Toby Waghorn home for 4th. With Jet Murray setting a PB on his last tour, 143.38 for him in 5th. And Tice Hodge, Cisco Morales and Harry Strick home in 6th, 7th and 8th. And then Tabitha Ambrose in 9th. And Jet Bloomerus just holds off Joel Carpenter there for the last spot inside the top 10.
What a terrific day of racing here at Winton Motor Raceway for round 2 of the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships, presented by 888 Home Loans. Thank you very much, Steve DeVries, for all of your efforts here today and right throughout the season. Not the season before that, and the season before that, and the season before that, and the next season to come as well. Of course, Emma Dean also joining us up here and growing with her experience. Annalise also down there getting us interviews with Matty Dunlop and the crew, and also the ever-present Jack Atley for all of his race coverage in the 944s. There is the results, final results. Ashton Kadich to Jalen Robotham, Hugo Simpson, Toby Waghorn, Jet Murray, Tice Hodge, Cisco Morales, Harry Strick, Tabitha Ambrose and Jet Bloomerus. Fastest lap to Ashton Kadich. First race win for Ashton. That is a really cool result. Jack Carpenter to Jack Johnson, Gareth Hodgkiss, Michael Brennan, Emily Jones, James Sarah home in 16th in the 994. And we wish James all the very best for 2 more races tomorrow. See where he can find himself at the end of the weekend after 14 years away. Lachlan Harvey, Lucy Sidwell. We get outside the 20. Carly Fleming, Jacob Winnett and Abby Wingett, the last of our finishers there. We'll open the gates nice and early tomorrow morning. First race on the agenda is going to be Formula Vee Race 2, Saloon Cars, BMW E30s, Formula Ford at 10:15. 10:40 we'll see improved production. Porsche 944s, Sports Sedans, Hyundai XLs, and then we do it all again tomorrow afternoon. The last race will be the Hyundai XL starting at 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. Round 3 will be at Phillip Island. Just remember, there's been some date changes here. Round 3 is going to be 29 and 30 of June, has been in May normally. And then round 4 will be at Sandown, the 24th and 25th of August. October, the 5th and 6th at Phillip Island, another date change. And then we go to Calder, the 26th and 27th. On screen now is your QR code to get all of your tickets. We encourage you to get them online before you get here tomorrow. You don't want to get caught up with all the traffic at the gate. You will have express entry with your online purchase to get into the venue. We'd love to see all of your smiling faces here trackside at Winton Motor Raceway or at Phillip Island or Sandown, Phillip Island or Calder at our rounds as we go right throughout the season. A big thanks to 888 Home Loans. There has never been a better time to get a health check on your home loan. Talk to 888 Home Loans. Tell them you saw them at the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championships. 8:55 tomorrow. We'll catch you then.